Thank you very much. Can I please ask that we again stand up to sing the national anthem? Thank you very much. Before we start the program, I would like us to play the safety video.
Welcome to the Durban ICC, where the world meets Africa. As a leading world-class events facility, we make your safety our #1 priority. Please give us your attention for a few minutes to take you through some of the important health and safety information. Whilst here, please help us to prevent the spread of COVID-19 by following these simple steps. Upon arrival at the Durban ICC, you would have been screened for symptoms by way of a temperature check and a health questionnaire. Please remember to keep a safe distance of at least 1.5 meters from other people at all times. Wear a mask for the duration of the event when not eating or drinking. Avoid touching your face. Wash your hands for 20 seconds using soap and water as often as possible. If you can't wash your hands, use the hand sanitizer provided throughout the facility. If you are experiencing any of the COVID-19 symptoms, please contact one of our staff members who can assist you further. As the Durban ICC is a public space, please remember to keep your personal belongings safe and with you at all times. We have many bathrooms for your use around the venue. They are clearly marked in the foyer and concourse areas. The Durban ICC is a smoke-free building, but we do have clearly marked smoking zones outside the main entrance and opposite the concourse area. Please make use of these areas and the ashtrays provided when you smoke. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial the emergency number 031 360 1007 for assistance. The Durban ICC has developed a very simple emergency evacuation plan that everyone must be familiar with. Our staff are specially trained and will be there to assist you in following this plan. In the event of an evacuation, an announcement will be made to leave the venue. Please remain calm and walk swiftly to the nearest emergency exit in the concourse area. These exit doors are clearly marked. Security officers and the marshals will also help to direct you out of the building. Please do not use any lifts or escalators in the event of an emergency. Once outside, you will be directed to the nearest assembly point by the marshals for your safety. Please wait at the assembly point until the venue has been cleared and a marshal deems it safe for you to return to your seats. Thank you for your time and enjoy this event.
Thank you very much. To the Honorable Premier of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal, Premier Sihlezi Galala, the traditional leadership present, The members of the Executive Council present, led by MEC Ravi Pillay, members of the Provincial Legislature present, to the Mayor of eThekwini Municipality, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda, to the Labour Convener, Mr. Edwin Mkhize, the President of the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Nigel Ward, the Civil Society Convener, Mr. Richard Mkungo, the Secretary General of the ACFTA, Mr. Wamkele Nene, the Chief Executive of Transnet Port Authority, Mr. Pepi Silinga, to all the presenters that will be presenting for us today, to all the presidents and CEOs of the chambers present here today, captains of industry present here today, to the members of civil society, the heads of departments present, senior government officials present, members of the media present here today, good morning and welcome to the KZN Economic Council event this morning. With the recent challenges that we all are very much aware of, especially with the challenges that COVID-19 has brought to our economy, there's an urgent need for economic reforms to ensure economic recovery in South Africa. There's an urgent need to alter the structure of this economy by lowering barriers to entry, raising productivity, and lowering the cost of doing business. Policies and decisions of government need to be in the best interest of the business community and more deliberate to encourage and empower inclusive and sustainable economic growth and development. But of course, the hard reality is that all business sectors have been hit hard by the pandemic and its consequences, including disease burden and lockdown. The higher the infection numbers continue to climb, the more we can expect to see negative operational impact. The tourism value chain has been negatively impacted, inclusive of large hotel groups, tour operators, all the way to township businesses and informal businesses operating within this sector. SMMEs across our province are in severe cash flow distress, with many of the business businesses practically in ICU at this point. It is for this reason that this summit will play such a crucial role, because today, all the different partners will be here today to deliberate on how we address the current challenges that we have within our economy. We've got the business community, we've got government, we've got labor, we've got civil society. So all the social partners will be here today to demonstrate the importance of social cohesion, which we saw how important it is and an important role it plays when we all work together towards a common goal. After that introduction, I would like to welcome our first speaker, which is the Mayor of eThekwini Municipality, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Kaunda, to come and give us a welcome.
Thank you very much, Program Director, CEO of Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Pili. Our Honorable Premier of our province, Ubaba Ukuzeni, with all MECs who have joined virtually to this council, MEC Ravi Pillay, the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs in our province, the representatives of labor, the convener, Mr. Edwin Mkhize, also the civil society convener, Mr. Stembiso Madlala, the chambers that are represented today, business chambers, captains of industry, the informal economy representatives, government officials, today led by the head of our economic development, Mr. Nkontwana, and all participants present, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, accept our warm welcome to eThekwini Municipality, and also we wish to express our words of gratitude to the provincial government for choosing this venue, because you'll recall that we are coming from the lockdown. This venue has not been utilized in a way that is envisaged, so we wish to welcome that. It's a good intervention to assist this institution and entity to recoup from the losses we have experienced. It is a distinct honor for us as eThekwini Municipality to welcome you to this important economic council, which brings all social partners together to build the economy of our province, which has been severely affected by COVID-19 pandemic. This KZN Economic Council is an important platform for social partnership and consensus building among key stakeholders as we seek to build a resilient economy and to address the triple threat of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities. We hold a view that it is only through the concerted efforts and unity of purpose by all social partners that we can address the socio-economic challenges plaguing our society. Let me take this opportunity, Honorable Premier, to applaud MEC Ravi Pillay for convening this summit at a time when we are still grappling with the devastating impact of this deadly pandemic. We strongly believe that one of the issues we must discuss during this summit or this economic council is the progress we are making in the implementation of our economic recovery and reconstruction plan as a province. Where there are bottlenecks, we need to propose practical solutions to unlock obstacles that impede the progress. Colleagues, time is of essence. We must ensure that in a short space of time, all our sectors of economy fully recover and create jobs for our people. We know it's not going to take a short time, but it is going to be more than 2 years to be in a stage where we can identify a lot of achievements. The majority of our people face an uncertain future as their jobs continue to be on the line, and statistics indicate that over 2 million people have already lost jobs during this difficult period. Therefore, as we deliberate and map the path towards salvaging our economy, we must have these people in mind. Their hopes for a better tomorrow hinge on us taking bold steps that will revive our economy. Honorable Premier, as an economic hub of our province, the leadership of eThekwini Municipality took a bold decision last year to establish eThekwini Economic Council to complement the work your department, Honorable MEC Pillay, is doing at a provincial level. We are pleased to report that this council has already established 15 work streams, focusing on various sectors of the economy. These work streams are currently seized with the responsibility of developing plans, tangible plans, with clear timelines to unlock the economic potential of the following sectors, which are critical in driving socio-economic recovery in our municipality. The manufacturing sector, which is charged to improve our manufacturing capacity base to attract investment and support local manufacturers. Secondly, the fast-tracking of the radical agrarian socio-economic transformation program in the agriculture and agro-processing sector. Thirdly, improving information communications technology. We are saying that the time to migrate to a smart city is now, and therefore we need to accelerate digital connectivity in our municipality. Implement renewable energy and energy reforms. For the economy to grow, we need energy security. The other aspect is tourism development. We strongly believe that the post-COVID-19 economy will create a new way of doing tourism, and we need to take advantage of the transformation opportunities in this sector. The other area is transport and logistics sector, which calls on us that we must work towards making our transport system and port operations globally competitive. Lastly, to unlock ocean's economy. Durban is a coastal city, and we need to take advantage of our vast coastal and maritime resources. As part of translating plans emanating from these work streams into action, we have established a mayoral jobs creation and skills revolution war room, which works closely with the Economic Council. The war room focuses on, among other things, implementation of decisions emanating from the Council within specified time frames. The war room concept addresses the challenge of lack of implementation of plans by government. We've been suffering from the execution deficit for quite a long time. So we decided that we should become more of action-oriented. We are confident, Honorable Premier, that together we'll rebuild an economy that places people at the center of our recovery strategies. We want to reiterate that our success will depend largely on our commitment of social partners that we are working with. However, we want to caution you that rebuilding our economy is not going to be an easy task, considering that even before COVID-19, we had our own underlying socio-economic challenges, which include high unemployment rate, low technical skills base, the monopolistic nature of our economy, and unreliable energy supply. These are some of the issues we must discuss as social partners and find practical solutions to resolve them. In closing, let me remind this Economic Council that our people want to see radical change. Therefore, this summit gives us an opportunity to come up with tangible and impactful proposals that will put our economy on a growth trajectory and create much needed jobs. I therefore welcome all of you to eThekwini Municipality. I thank you.
Thank you for the welcome, His Worship the Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Mxolisi Kaunda. As we proceed, I would like to request those of you on social media to please, if you can use the following hashtags to make sure that we promote this great initiative that is led by a premier in our province. There's 3 hashtags that I'm going to read out to you today. First one is hashtag KZN Summit 2021, one word. The second one is hashtag results-driven social compact. The third one is hashtag growing KZN together. I'm going to repeat them again. Hashtag KZN Summit 2021, hashtag results-driven social compact, hashtag growing KZN together. Our next speaker is going to give us an economic review, and he is from the KZN Treasury Department, Mr. Jacob Twala. I welcome you to the stage.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Premier, MECs, all the MECs that are watching virtually, members of the business, my colleagues, the public at large. My name is Jacob. I will try to be brief and to the point. Just for a second, ignore my tallness. Just focus on what I'll be saying. And I'm raising this because I've served under 3 MECs. One was Ina Kronye. She taught me that I must always stick to the principle. I would rather have enemies instead of losing my reputation. And I also served under MEC Belinda Scott, who taught me to be brief and to the point. And I also served under Honorable MEC Pillay, who wanted more details. And you give him one slide, he wants 10 minutes of your time to explain. I am now serving under MEC Nomusa Dube, who is more about service delivery. And she says each and every rand must be stretched. And I am saying, let us forget about the rands. Let us forget about the thousands. Let us forget about the millions. Let us forget about the billions and the trillions. But let us look after the cents. If we carefully look after the cents, the rands, the billions will automatically take care of themselves. Our role as Treasury is to ensure that there is efficient and effective allocation of the limited resources. Therefore, we have an obligation to look at each and every cent. When I got this invitation, I was not too sure about the audience, but I thought I should start from the basic. Premier, my role as a practitioner of economics is to advise the government. If I give you incorrect information, you are bound to make incorrect decisions. And if you make incorrect decisions, our people will suffer. Therefore, my role is simple. I'm more like a pastor. I speak about the numbers. The good thing about the numbers, they don't lie. You cannot not change them. You cannot twist them. They speak the truth. No matter how you try to spin them, they will remain the same. If you have 1,000 rand per month and you continue to spend 10,000 rand per month, somewhere along the line, you'll have a problem. So, having said so, I thought I should start from the scratch, from the basic. My presentation will be divided into 3: the state of the economy, the economic outlook and review, and the way forward, and I'll conclude by conclusion and as well as recommendations. For those of you who never did Economics 101, the role of an economist is simple, is to look at the limited resources versus unlimited wants and needs. And as an economist, we have to try to prioritize. And obviously, along the way, you'll have the so-called opportunity cost. You can't win them all. You will win some and lose some. So my role is to ensure that those limited resources are spread efficiently to the Pareto efficiency so that the outcomes are more favorable to all of you. And I will be talking more about the economy globally, nationally, provincially. The reason I'm doing that is because as much as our economy is so small, but is exposed to international economic changes, whenever there are crises globally, those crises will affect the economy of South Africa. Those crises will affect the economy of KZN. Those crises will affect my job. Those crises will affect my income. And I've got a number of people that are depending on me, especially if you are coming from the black family, whereby there's a black tax. So with your income there to earn, there's quite a chain of people that you look after. So it is important for us to understand the global trends as to what is transpiring. But before I do that, let me put it quite clear that under economic system, we've got micro and macroeconomics. And I'll be focused mainly on macroeconomics. And under macroeconomics, we've got 5 objectives: economic growth, price stability, exchange rate, level of income. And we've got fiscal and monetary policy. I will focus primarily on the fiscal policy. And having said so, I must remind the audience that the role of government is critical in an economy. If you follow the Keynesian mechanism, you'll understand clearly that the role of government is not to create jobs, unfortunately, but is to ensure that there is favorable condition for the private sector to prosper and create more jobs. It is our role as government to create that infrastructure much desired by the SMEs, the entrepreneurs, the informal sector, so that they create more from the limited resources. Our role as government is to create a regulatory framework which is internationally standard recognized, which ensure that there are rules that are followed. And those rules are prescribed in the Constitution, in the PFMA and MFMA, and we've got competition policy, etc. Our final role is to ensure that there is distribution of limited resources. We have close to 60 million people in South Africa, in KZN got about 11.8 or 11.5, sorry. From this close to 60 million, about 18 million over 18 million are grant collectors. And the dependency ratio is so high. So it means the rent that we have to spread it. So I want to remind you that really this is our role as government, and that is also clearly articulated in our NDP. It is clearly articulated in our own provincial growth and development strategy. So I've spoken about the global economy. We all know what happened last year. We saw the devil attacking the whole world. And we saw the global economy shrinking. We saw most advanced economies undergoing contraction. The same applies to South Africa. And in South Africa, our economy contracted by about 7%. And China is the only country globally that obtained a positive economic growth last year. And our BRICS countries partners also suffered severely, especially India. And in our case, it was 7.2%. I'll come back to this later on, but I want to emphasize that globally, economy is expected to grow by 6%, and South Africa is expected to grow by 3%. But let me take you back to the history. For those of you who've never done history, we had the so-called influenza in 1918, which killed so many people. And as a result, there was a great economic depression. During the last 1929 to 1939, we had another greatest depression, which took place. However, all the way up until 2009, we have a minor contraction. But last year, as a country, we had about 7% contraction. That is, this contraction, this high, was last seen in 1929 to 1939. And that is very severe. And you have seen what it has happened to our economy. Most sectors were affected. Only agriculture managed to grow, and you understand why it happened. The Honorable Mayor has spoken about the various sectors. I want to focus on KZN specifically. If you recall, prior to 19, okay, let me look at the green line. That is the economic growth over the years from 2005 to 2022. We were able to grow the economy by 6% prior to 2008. And we know what happened in 2008, 2009, the global financial crisis, and we contracted by 1.5%. We were able to grow the economy by 3.7%. But my point is, in our GDP, in our NDP, we target a growth rate of 5%. We have the potential of growing the economy by 5%. We are, however, currently in the contraction. The main worry is the population growth is 1.4%. The economy is growing lesser than the population growth. It means there's little, the size of the cake is getting smaller and smaller, but the size of the people invited to the party is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And that calls for something that needs to be done to the structure of our economy. So getting back to what happened last year, we saw quite a number of things happen last year. Firstly, let me see, I looked at your speech again last night. Only once in your 27th speech you mentioned coronavirus. I also looked at a speech by the Minister of Finance. Only once in this entire speech he mentioned coronavirus. This means that this pandemic caught us off guard. I can vividly recall it on the 6th of March when we presented our provincial budget. There's little except the one case that took place in Hilton. And none of us expected that this pandemic will gain such a momentum in such a way that more than 1 million people, 1.5 million are being affected. And having said that, we have seen children missing out schools. And I was one of those who were supporting online schooling because my kids have access. But again, I grew up in rural areas. I went home sometimes after lockdown. I was almost holding my tears seeing kids without access to education. Meanwhile, my kids were continuously studying. So that the level of inequality, and we know what education does to economic prosperity. So long as you don't invest more in education, we'll have a crisis. We have seen data from Stats say between the second quarter of 2020, more than 2.2 million people lost their jobs. If I compare the last quarter of last year and the last quarter of 2019, about 1.4 people lost jobs in South Africa. And in KZN, that number was about 338,000. That is a huge number of people who went unemployed. And not because of their problem. Those are called exogenous factors. And that is why I always thank God I'm a government employee. I've seen my friends in private sector losing jobs. I've seen people going home to bed without food, but I'm still having my salary. Even though the good thing about being an economist, even if my salary didn't go up last year, I understand why. And we have seen last year the economy contracting by 7% nationally, in KZN 7.1. We have seen a number of companies compulsory and voluntarily closing down. That number increased from 1,900 in 2015 to 2,000 in 2020. And I also look at the first quarter, the data that was published on Monday. For the first quarter of this year, 416 companies have closed down either voluntarily or compulsory. And we know what does that do to jobs. We have seen government, when the budget was tabled last year in February, we projected that budget deficit would be 6%. But because of COVID-19, it went up to 14% on the revised figures, more than doubled. We have seen our estimated revenue in February being estimated to be 1.3 trillion, but it shrunk to 1.362 million. On the other hand, you know that when we do financial accounting, income and expenditure, we have seen our projected expenditure increasing from 229 billion to 230 billion. And that has led to the cost increasing immensely, the cost of saving debt, and the increase by 47%. We have seen about debt to GDP. From February, we're expecting the debt to GDP to be about 60%, but because of COVID-19, that figure went as high as 80% if you look at the current budget. And we have also seen the number of grant beneficiaries, excluding the TERS, etc., the 350, increasing to more than 18 million. And we have seen population growth increasing by 1.4%. And that is sad because the economy contracted by 7%, but population is increasing. And we have seen that the recovery, yes, is taking place, but it's an uneven recovery, as you've seen in the slide when we compare the global economy. We have seen a number of people losing their lives. The question is there any hope for a rebound? I am an optimistic. I say yes, there is a possibility that we might rebound and achieve the 3.1%. But I must warn on one condition: we have access to the vaccine. The government intensify the efforts of rolling out program whereby more people are getting vaccinated. And I was looking at one of the scientists who was, I'm quoting exactly what he said. He said, this infection is not going to disappear. With that science leading us to vaccine, we'll get second and third waves. I've seen so many people being specialists in COVID-19. Let us allow the scientists to do their job. Let us allow them to guide them. Let us not use COVID-19 as a political game. Let us not use COVID-19 as an opportunity to advance our own personal interest. But let us allow the scientists to guide us. The good thing about scientists, they base their argument on evidence, tested theories and evidence and research. And what can we do now is to ensure that we roll out the program of vaccinating the entire population. And I must also refer to the World Bank. The World Bank has got a very nice study. It says if the country can vaccinate 60% of the population, the benefits are 29 times. Meaning that if you spend R1, that R1 will multiply 29 times in terms of productivity, in terms of saving jobs, in terms of kids being able to go to school, in terms of opening the economy. So by spending on vaccination, there are huge benefits. Therefore, it is a good thing that the government is continuing to spend on vaccination. And the worry is the rich countries are taking advantage of the poor countries. If you look at this slide, as of the 24th of April last week, in Israel, out of 100 people, 120 had been vaccinated. And I look at this country, Bahrain, it's a small island. Out of 100 people, 67 have been vaccinated. I like the way Israel is doing it. They've got the app, they called it vaccine passport app. You go to the pub, without that app, you don't gain access. You go to church, without that app, you don't get access. So that is technology. If you can speed up the process of vaccinating accompanied by technology, I'm sure many people will benefit. But the problems are, in terms of gaining access to vaccine, there are so many barriers to entry. The costs are too high. Secondly, producing vaccine is expensive. There are barriers. There are few companies, they are using the so-called intellectual property. Because why can't every country produce its own vaccine? And there is this IP that is protecting the few companies that are producing vaccine. And I can go to another slide to prove my point. China is the country that is dominating the space in terms of producing vaccine, 141 million. And if you look at South Africa, only 160,000. If you look at the BRIC countries, Russia, 10 million, Brazil, 200,000, India, 42 million. So we are lagging behind as a continent, as a country, in terms of producing vaccine. We don't have the required infrastructure over and above. We need to invest more on the infrastructure to produce more vaccine. And I'm focusing on vaccine because of ceteris paribus. For the economy to grow, there's only one solution: access to the vaccine. Let us stop the pandemic. In South Africa, we're starting rolling out vaccine in February, and that time we went as high as 8,000 people per day. And unfortunately, there were crises, there were disruptions, and that process was stopped. And I'm glad that it started again today or yesterday. And I was listening to the Premier saying by October this year, the province will have vaccinated more than 2 million people, which is a good thing to do. I've spoken to the slide. I also want you to focus in the countries, in the countries that are capitalizing or monopolizing in exporting items related to COVID-19. China is specializing in freezers, which we need the most. US, they produce needles. The vaccine, there's nothing from Africa, nothing at all. And this is an opportunity. And I have a feeling that we are not using this opportunity. And the reason we are not using this opportunity, we don't have enough fixed capital formation. If you look at the Reserve Bank quarterly bulletin that was released last week, you will notice that our expenditure on capital formation last year has dropped by more than 17%, which is not a good thing. If you look at the business confidence by the Bureau of Economic Research, when we were growing the economy, the business confidence was high prior to 2018. But now, this is a determining line, by the way. Anything below this line, it means the business does not have confidence in the economy. So currently, we are trailing below the desired line, which is not a good thing, and that affects our economy. So what we need to do now, currently, there's no standard global formulation or program which is universal for all countries to gain access to vaccine. If you can lobby that, and I'm glad one of our scientists has joined the World Health Organization, Prof. Kalim, I think he might be able to push the agenda for Africa. We must develop a strategic communication plan. I don't know what is happening in vaccination. Very little is known. People in else don't know. I work for government, but I know that there's phase 1, there's phase 2. But if we can have a plan to communicate the phases that we are implementing, the benefits of getting vaccinated. I'm also following the OECD and the IMF, which focus on technological infrastructure. The world is moving towards technology now. We must look at our priorities and look at what we have. But at the same time, we must remove all the barriers to access for all citizens to gain access to the vaccine. I think I have spoken a lot about this slide. I just want to wrap up by focusing on this slide. We know the problem now. So what you need to do is to focus at the essential. What is essential is vaccine. We need to focus on encouraging growth and investment. We have seen the capital formation is negative. We have seen the business confidence is negative. If we can induce or support SMEs so that they can trust or benefit from government expenditure on infrastructure, we must be innovative. There was an asset cluster last week or 2 weeks ago. I look at those programs that are being initiated by departments. Most of them are the same traditional as they were before. There's little that is showing some kind of innovation. We must look at our public enterprises. That is a national problem. We all know what is happening at our public entities. If we can drive our public entities. In fact, my understanding, I have never seen even a single country that has progressed economically without government intervention. So government must intervene in the economy to stimulate, to inject them the much required investment. Then businesses will be able. But now, if you inject and there's a huge leakage unaccounted for, as you will see from the AG reports, then there is a problem. Our governance system needs to be coordinated accordingly, and there must be consequences. We have to learn to live by what we earn instead of stealing from the poor. Because you have seen when the budget was tabled this year, for the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have lost close to 17 billion this financial year. Next year, we are going to lose close to 20 billion. And the third year, out another 30 billion rand. And we've got so many needs and desires. How are we going to fund all those needs and desires? It goes back to my point, to look at each and every cent that we have and spend it wisely. And as I wrap up, we must be able to encourage a speedy recovery of the economy. And the focus must be, I always focus on the 2019 recession that we had. Remember, prior to 2008, we had some reserves. We were spending less than what we earned, so we were able to have some savings. But after 2009, the debt increased and the revenue shrunk, and there was a huge gap between spending and revenue, leading to budget deficit. So if we can try to be careful to stick to the fundamentals macroeconomic principles. The Reserve Bank has done its part by decreasing interest rate. It is upon us as government to focus on expansionary fiscal policy. But before we do that, we must tighten the screws such that there is no cent that leaks out of the government or the economy without being accounted for. So the issue of governance is important. The size of government, the number of people employed, and those with skills. Remember, we said the role of government is to be an enabler. But if you don't have the skills, you can't be an enabler. 4 months ago, I lost my wallet. Everything was in there. I called the bank. My card was delivered at my choice. With the driver's license, I had to go there. I was told that they are closed for COVID-19. There's nothing online. I had to wait for about 2 to 3 weeks. I went to the police station where I stay to have an affidavit. It was closed because of COVID-19. So if the private sector is able to be innovative, what is it that is stopping us? Look at South Korea. South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. In 1948, after the war, it was poor. There was nothing. They don't even have natural resources. But after 1948 World War, they took a conscious decision. They humbled themselves. They accepted their problems. They went to the World Bank and the IMF. They borrowed money. Guess what they did with that money? They spent it in investment. They spend it in infrastructure. They spend it in education. They spend it on health. And they spend it on road. If you go to South Korea now, it is number 10 out of so many countries in the world in terms of GDP. From nothing. And then the question is posed, what went wrong with Africa? A country with so endowed resources, but yes, the poorest. It means there's something that we're not doing right as a continent. Thus, I'm hoping that we'll take an advantage of the African Continent Trade Agreement to penetrate, to collaborate, so that we are able to produce our own vaccine. There's a report that was released by the World Economic Forum early this year and late last year. They showed clearly the jobs that will be diminishing. It is not worth to have, like the data entry. All the jobs that you see now are technology driven. So the fourth industrial revolution is here to stay. The 5G is here to stay. And working from home is here to, and it's very, very productive because you save a lot from traffic. And the building offices are now becoming history. So if you look at that report, you'll see that as a province, if you can focus on this, we can prosper. As I conclude, we developed what we called economic reconstruction development strategy at the national level, and we had our own in KZN. And I remember it was gaining momentum last year. But now, we don't have an idea what is happening. The public, the business is not informed. What is happening to our strategy? How far are we in terms of implementing the strategy? What is it that is blocking us to implement the strategy? We have a good policy in radical economic transformation. National has got Operation Vulindlela, which is housed at National Treasury. We have no idea how far that program is going. We have our own Operation Vula here. We have 6 commodities that we are targeting. And the question is, what is happening thus far? Program Director, I'm sorry for stealing much of your time, but I have to pause here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Jacob Twala, the Treasury economist. Indeed, I think you shared very crucial things with us. One is that really demonstrating that our economy, the trends of growth and decline is very much aligned to what's happening at a national level. So it shows the kind of influence that we have at a national stage when it comes to the economies. And also the vaccination partnerships, Mr. Premier, that already the business sector has contacted yourself and your office for looking for partnerships to make sure that we expedite the rollout of the vaccination. And another very important part that you really mentioned is the fact that government does not create jobs. It enables the environment for business sector to come in and partner with government to be able to create the jobs. And of course, business sector does work very closely with labor and civil society to make sure that everything works together. Hence the real importance of having what we're having today, of this summit that we're having today. I'm going to move over to the next part, which is a contextual address by social partners. Given that we're really running out of time, I'm going to really request all the speakers to really stick to the allocated times that they have. I believe that each of the next speakers will be allocated 10 minutes. We're going to start with the first speaker, talking about the contextual address by the social partners. The next speaker is the government convener, which is MEC Ravi Pillay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, our Premier, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, the conveners of the social partners, Kabazela of Labour, Mr. Edwin Mkiza, Mr. Shabalala representing civil society, and I would believe that connected virtually by now will be Mr. Nigel Ward, who's representing business. He's the President of the Durban Chamber, but I think we need to record that he's also representing Mr. Tembe, who is the convener of business and is unable to be with us today due to an emergency. My colleague MECs who are joined virtually, traditional leadership, and I understand that we would have Nkosi DV Zondo, or Zondi, who's the convener of the Local Economic Development Committee of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, and tomorrow we'll have Nkosi PT Zulu, who's the provincial deputy chair of the House of Traditional Leaders. heads of departments and other officials, chairpersons and CEOs of public entities, our various presenters, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. This is not an ordinary summit. And Mr. Twala, who presented earlier, presented the challenges that are before us. But as our premiers want to say, we can be very good at describing society and challenges. The point is to change it. And that's what we are here about. The constituencies we represent today demand of us that we construct a social compact that will provide for us to apply our collective talents, strengths, and energy into rebuilding and transforming our economy. Our President Cyril Ramaphosa, on the outbreak of COVID-19, said, and I quote, "Our economic strategy going forward will require a new social compact among all role players, business, labor, community, and government, to restructure the economy and achieve inclusive growth." He continued, "We will forge a compact for radical economic transformation that advances the economic position of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and that makes our cities, towns, villages, and rural areas vibrant centers of economic activity," unquote. Our Premier this year in January said, and I quote, "The outbreak of COVID-19 that affected the whole world called for the reconfiguration of global economies, and the province of KwaZulu-Natal developed a draft provincial reconstruction and transformation plan. This transformation plan identified specific priority sector interventions, and such priority sector interventions now form the backbone to the social compact. And social partners have committed to the implementation of these priority sector interventions. He continued that the expectation, therefore, is that this social compact should not be taken as a static document, but one that would constantly evolve. To this cause, all social partners have therefore resolved that this social compact will not be shelved to gather dust, but will be result-driven in its implementation, close quote. So when COVID-19 struck and our government responded with a declaration of a state of disaster and the establishment of the national and provincial command councils, we developed our response into 4 pillars. The first was naturally the health response. And I was MEC of Finance at the time, and we know the kind of resources that we had to mobilize and take from other critical programs, because that was the priority at that point in time. And I don't want to go in too much detail about that, but that has been a significant effort by our government, and I think our provincial government in KwaZulu-Natal, or Department of Health, led by MEC Similani Zulu, has done an exemplary job in implementing that pillar. The second was to look after our vulnerable. And I always was amazed by the figure that it is estimated that 5 million people in South Africa are in the informal economy. And when lockdown came, they didn't have the ability to generate any income because they literally worked and earned on a daily basis. And so the top-up of the grants, the TERS schemes, the 350, even the food voucher scheme, although it had challenges, was part of a very essential safety net for our most vulnerable. The third pillar was ensuring compliance with the regulations that we had put out. And this meant commanding the police, the army, the protection services, the license regulators into ensuring enforcement. And I take this opportunity to pay tribute to the late MEC Begi Ntuli, who was on the front line every day in that task and paid the ultimate price. I have no doubt that was the cause. But from the very beginning, the fourth pillar was economic recovery, reconstruction, and transformation. And many months of work have gone into all 4 of those above tasks. So the economic pillar was initially processed in government through our economic cluster, and at the same time intensively consulted on in the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council, which represents all the 4 partners here today. So this summit represents a critical milestone on the path to finalization of the plan, and we hope its subsequent launch by the Honorable Premier in the very near future. So it's a critical building block towards the final plan. It is thus a very serious responsibility that rests on all our shoulders. When Jacob outlined the challenges that we faced, and we go back to our analysis, we came to the conclusion that one of the key issues that we have to get all of us pulling in the same direction, or at least a critical mass of us pulling in the same direction. And that is why the social partners here have to commit to the social compact, which we are about over the next 2 days. But we also take comfort in the fact that we in KZN are not alone in this. We are part of a powerful national effort. The presentations later in the program by Matthew Parks of COSATU, Rudy Dix, who is the head of the Project Management Office in the Presidency, Trudy Makayo, who is the Economic Advisor to the President, and Mr. Pepe Selinga of Transnet will talk to part of this national effort. And we in KwaZulu-Natal have said to our national counterparts that we want to see KwaZulu-Natal receiving its fair, or represented and receiving a fair and just share in their plans. At the same time, it is very clear that it is our own initiatives and determination that will realize our success both locally and nationally. That means that as partners, we must each pull our own weight, indeed as each has committed to do. So we accept, and again I'm responding to what Jacob had to say, we accept that it starts with us as government to give leadership through action on key issues such as fighting corruption, good governance, and building the capable ethical state. We understand that water, electricity, and sanitation are key economic issues as well, and that local government and local economic development are central to economic recovery. So we commit to dedicated work on this and are prepared to be held accountable. The provincial budget, while never enough, is still significant and must be used effectively. And there are many programs in all the economic clusters, departments, economic development, tourism, and transport, COCTA, public works, agriculture, and finance that can have a significant cumulative effect. And I know that my colleague MECs and HODs are very hard at work in making this happen. We are also determined to raise the profile, productivity, and impact of our provincial state entities, and key amongst them are KZN Tourism, and the Premier is always emphasizing that that must be taken across the entire value chain of tourism. It's KZN Tourism, Durban Tourism, the District Tourism Associations, and the department itself. Trade and Investment KZN, Itala, both the IDFC and the Itala SOC, Ezemvelo, Sharks Board, Growth Fund, Moses Kotane Institute, Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone, the Liquor Authority, the Gaming and Betting Board, the Film Commission, and the Dubai Trade Port. Yes, there's a rationalization process that is underway, and we committed to having a go-live date by the 1st of April 2022. Several of these entities are indeed examples of very good and exemplary work. But yes, there are few who have to be assisted to overcome significant challenges. So this is work in progress, and we must be prepared again to be held accountable for it. The point is that there are many fronts on which this task that we are faced with is being fought. And we believe that in time, the cumulative effect of all these entities working properly will be visibly significant. In the course of our work in the Economic Council, we have established, I think, partners the beginnings of trust and credibility. It is early days, but we really have no choice but to consolidate and build further with the robust frankness that is required at times. We have to, as partners, continue to build the breadth and depth in our work, and we must develop a model of working together with tangible results and cascade, as the mayor has already indicated they've started to do in eThekwini, to all our districts and local government level. And that's going to be the ultimate test of our success. Each partner must commit to do so, and I dare say we should immediately or be able to immediately take this model to all our districts, and at least as a first step, our secondary towns, namely Msunduzi, Mshlathuze, Newcastle, Rain Konieni, Kwaduguza, and Alfred Duma. The social compact must be different. It cannot be a spray and pray approach. It must be scientific and focused, and we have committed to developing a monitoring and evaluation capacity that will hold all of us accountable. So in this vein, we have disaggregated our economy, provincial economy, into the following 14 sectors. And very quickly, these are agriculture and agro-processing, clothing and textiles, the creative industries, finance and services, ICT and innovation, health innovation and manufacturing, industrial development, the informal sector, infrastructure development, trade and investment, manufacturing across from the automotive to paper and pulp, and all those sectors that fall under manufacturing, mining and mineral beneficiation, the oceans economy, and tourism. Now, all of these are significant, but some have a special strategic potential, while others contain the proverbial low-hanging fruits. The social compact seeks to unpack each of the sectors and sets out a framework agreement. Post-COVID, I think it's taken that the ICT sector and connectivity infrastructure are critical issues for us in the province. The expansion of the Durban port is another, while the job creation potential of the call center industry has recently been highlighted with the release of a global report ranking South Africa as the top global business services sector location for 2021. I'm not sure how many know that almost 15,000 jobs have already been created largely in the Durban area. And the sector says that they have the possibility of another 55,000 jobs in the medium term. This is phenomenal. We understand that our labor partners have some concerns about this industry, but we've committed to work together to work through these challenges. The Transnet expansion of the Durban port to treble its capacity in the next 10 years at an estimated 100 billion investment and 180,000 jobs in the construction phase will be the biggest single infrastructure instrument in the near future. Again, we understand that our social partners want to understand this fully and may have concerns. That's part of the work of the social compact, to grapple with these issues and find solutions. We must put the facts on the table and work through any difficulties. And the same approach must prevail in other sectors. I think previous speakers have spoken about our tourism sector, but we are very encouraged by our Easter occupancy rates, which I think average between 50 to 60%. So we are pushing hard for an even more successful July vacation season, but are mindful that this lies in our own collective hands because we must prevent or seriously mitigate any third wave. I think another issue that we must come to grips with is to seek to develop a common understanding of radical economic transformation generally, and some of government specific programs such as Operation Vula and RASIT. Economic transformation and development of township and rural economies will become cross-cutting issues of all programs. So we want to be radical in the impact of our programs, not in the rhetoric. We must be able to do things. I submit that as we knuckle down to practical, workable, and sustainable implementation, we will not only find each other, but enrich the program as well. So COVID-19 has exposed many of our historic fault lines in our society, and this necessitates that we act urgently. Economic growth and economic transformation are two sides of the same coin. Growth will only be sustainable if it is inclusive, and that inclusivity is only possible when the economy is growing. So we must avoid the temptation of thinking of these things as mutually exclusive concepts. For many years, colleagues, we have talked past and against each other, but the time for that is over, and I strongly believe that the process we are undertaking today and tomorrow will serve to be the beginning of a building of a new trust among all social partners. Program Director, we look forward to fruitful discussions and engagements over the next 2 days. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC Pillay, for setting the scene for today's summit. The next speaker is the Labour convener, Mr. Edwin Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Of course, greeting to our Provincial Premier, Honorable Sihle Zikalala. Also, greeting to the Chairperson of COSATU, Comrade Khumbuzo Mdlalose. Let me also greet the Chairperson of the KZNEC and the Convener of Business, MEC Ravi Pillay. I also want to greet Business Convener in absentia, Mr. Moses Tembe, but let me also greet, I think we've been told that it's been represented by someone. Let me greet Business. Let me also greet the co-convener of civil society, Mr. Madlala. I want to greet all of you. Let me also greet all those that are attending virtually who are not here today, but who are also participating as part of us virtually. Obvious Program Director, I stand here representing the most vulnerable sect of our society, representing the downtrodden, the workers. I am representing the workers, those who wake up every morning to go to work, sell their labor power, but they do not own any means of production. They do not have direct ownership of the economy. They are the poorest. But I think they are also the richest in terms of the contribution of what they've put towards growing and developing our economy. The people that I'm talking about is the people that work every day, invest money in pension funds, and their money gets invested into business so that the economy can operate. I'm talking about the people that work every day and pay tax every month, and that tax is then converted into what you call the budget fiscal of government. Will be told that it's government money, and then the government will have to see how it utilizes it. And that is why I'm saying that when you talk about labor contribution in social compact, because sometimes we are asked as labor, what is your contribution as labor? We are actually contributing very much so in terms of ensuring that this money is available for business on our pension fund. It gets invested so that the business can create jobs. This money is invested to government through tax so that government can service people. That is our investment as labor. And every time we talk about social compact, we must think of that as our contribution as labor. It is therefore this reason why we actually appreciate the sitting of this summit, the convening of this summit. But all of us, as we are sitting here, I think we must remind ourselves that this summit sits after a day we have celebrated our 27th anniversary of democracy. It also sits a day before workers celebrate their day, which is May 1, a day we have to fight against slavery. But we are also sitting at a time when we are facing serious scourge of what you call this COVID-19 pandemic. We want to remind you that this pandemic has actually exposed ourselves as a country, South Africa, and as a province of KZN, how much we were unprepared to deal with such situation, how much we were unprepared to provide what you call decent health to our people, because we have not taken seriously the program of the NHI universal health care for our people to the latter, or have not taken it to its logical conclusion. How much it has exposed us that we do not have the basic income grant that can cover all our people, even those that are unemployed. During the difficult times of hard lockdown, it has actually exposed us that we have not really taken forward that struggle. This is a major problem that is facing us as South Africans. We will talk later about the provincial growth development strategy, what it actually says as we will be concluding. But these are the conditions we're exposed to as South Africa. To say, we have been always talking about building the pharmaceutical company of the state pharmaceutical company, so that our people can access medication. we're not ready about all those things. When we're faced with this pandemic. But over and above that, Program Director, there is a question that you are raising which we think that as Labour it must be debated here. Because if we are not decisively dealing with that question, we are going to be perpetually facing the problem that you are facing. We are saying that we have the economic system that is perpetually digging its own grave. Unemployment is rising, jobs are being shedded, the workers' wage, salaries and benefits are being reduced. Public spending is being reduced to accommodate austerity measures. But on the other hand, the cost of living is increasing. Workers still have to pay for all the cost of living they have to face every day. In fact, we are saying that this is a typical example of the economy that is collapsing. There is no balance between what you call supply and demand. And therefore, at the end of the day, the business is going to suffocate, the business is going to suffer, because there's no reason to produce when the money is not in the hands of the people so that they can buy those produce. And therefore, the economy is going to collapse. The business is going to suffer and the working class is going to suffer as well, because the principle of supply and demand is not balanced. We are saying that, as we are here, this is one of the questions, Honorable Premier, that we need to deal with decisively so that we are able to protect our economy. In the PGDS of our province, there are fundamental questions that are being asked. Some of those fundamental questions is what has worked and what hasn't worked in the past 5 years, which is 2014 to 2019 provincial performance review. But it also asks the question, what has changed in the public sector environment, external and internal COVID-19 impact recovery plans? What do we take out and what new things do we need to put into strategic plan? And what it blames at the end of the day, the PGDS, it blames the non-implementation of the progressive resolutions. South Africa is very rich in terms of taking progressive resolution, but the question of implementation is a serious crisis. Therefore, as Labour, as we are here today, we want to say to this forum and to the viewers, those that are sitting at home, we need to take very seriously the issue of how do we respond to these questions of the PGDS. And as I'm sitting down, Program Director, I just want to highlight a few points that we think we need to take forward here as we are debating in our own commissions. We think that it's very important that we need to make sure that moving forward, we must, in fact, as various social partners, address various or certain concerns. We think that government really must deal seriously with the issue of tackling corruption. We know that issues of dealing with corruption is not an easy issue, but we think it must be confronted persecuting even those that are accused. We think that we need, when we deal with that particular issue, because really we cannot nurse one another when we talk about what you call the radical economic transformation, MEC Pillay. Even confiscating their assets. Because this is money that is supposed to be servicing the poor. We want to say that we need to put in place systems to reduce corruption, wasteful expenditure. And according to the presentation, I think they spoke about 17 billion. Think of 17 billion, how many people can actually benefit on 17 billion? How much work, how much jobs can be created on 17 billion? We think that dealing with implicated management premier, we need to be really decisive on those issues. Recovering expenditure where possible, putting in place systems to reduce wasteful expenditure. That's going to be important from government moving forward. And stimulating growth, we think that it's very important that we take serious many other issues. We agree fully that we need to deal with the issue of vaccination. We must also deal with the issue of how the provincial development financial institutions can play a role, like Itala and many other developmental institutions can play a role in the development of the SMMEs and cooperatives. And one of the questions that we think they must deal with is the issue of unblocking bottlenecks. I think MEC Ravi spoke about that issue. Unblocking the bottlenecks so that our own people in the townships, when we speak about building township economy and rural economy, our people in the township must have access to the services that are provided by these institutions. Talking about that, I just want to make a typical example, Premier. Sometimes we need to make these typical examples. At the growth fund, some people, the SMMEs, the cooperatives, when they need money from growth fund, they are asked to bring what you call equity. And that equity is 10%. Imagine, Honorable Premier, for someone who is requesting a loan for 5 million to run his or her own business, you are asked to bring 10% equity. Where are you going to get 500,000? Those are the bottlenecks that we are actually talking about. Moving very fast, we are also saying that we need to address regularity in infrastructure blockages. We must also deal with the public procurement. We must fix local government, ensuring basic services are delivered, roads are paved, electricity is reliable and affordable. Also that municipalities are closing what you call funded vacant positions. And that the work of the municipalities is not actually outsourced to the EPWP and CWPs. We know what is the role of the EPWPs and CWPs, but it's not actually outsourcing the role of the municipalities. We'll engage with that in communities. We agree with MEC Rav, we need to fix what you call SOEs. We think that business must contribute in ramping up impact investments. We must deal with the issue of buying local. One serious issue that we are raising as labor, even during the difficult times of COVID, you find that we have not developed our capacity to actually develop things like PPEs, where to go to China, to India. We think that we should have strengthened our own economy. And these are the issues that we think that we actually have to raise as we're actually concluding. But other economic priorities that we want to raise is that we need to support sugar sector by ensuring implementation of sugar master plan, modernize business port to boost exports. I agree fully with you, MEC. We must actually make use of our harbor, the Transnet. But we don't want privatization. I think the Premier, even on the visit by the President, was very clear that as KZN, that port is one of our main aspects. We don't want privatization there. We want to build capacity of our Transnet so that we are able to make sure that we use our port to develop our economy. We think that Transnet and PRASA must work towards fixing freight and passenger rail. And we think that we must, I think I've spoken about the issue of rural and township economy. We think that also in the commissions we must debate the issue of investing in agriculture and land reform, targeting farm workers and women in rural areas. We must deal with the issue of the fourth industrial revolution. And as we sit down, we must say that we really don't agree with the view of blaming everything to COVID. Before COVID, we were facing serious economic challenges. Before 2008 economic meltdown, we were facing serious economic challenges. We must begin to look at the systems so that we are able to fix our economy. But the very last point, we think that the Economic Council must debate the issue of who is actually we are having in our province doing business. We must develop what you call a business portal to understand who is doing business in our province, who are the beneficiaries, what role are they playing in developing the people of KZN, and who are the board of directors of those businesses if we really want to transform our economy. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edwin Kize, the Labour convener. Certainly very important key points that you've put there. That, of course, Labour, investment of skills, and also the pension fund money invested into the business community. And also very, very important parts that we do very much agree with you on as the business community is that of corruption, crime and grime, wasteful expenditure that needs to be looked at, and most importantly, the township economy, to have access to information of opportunities that are out there to everybody else, and the principle of buying local. So thank you very much for those important points that you've made there. The next speaker is going to be the business convener on behalf of Mr. Moses Dembe, which is Mr. Nigel Ward. He is not with us here physically, but he is going to be connecting with us virtually. If the team can please make sure that the presentation is going to be shown. Thank you.
Gauteng. Constraints such as low productivity, inefficiencies within the Durban negative effect on the province's tourism sector. It has resulted in the closure of several hotels and the attraction of capital investment from the food and beverage sector. Organised business support and appeal to extend financial help to those struggling to avoid the death of their businesses in the tourism and hospitality sectors are key. The expediting of the vaccine program is envisaged to bring hope to this industry. The sooner our people are vaccinated, the sooner they will feel secure to travel and that they will have significant positive impact to the recovery of this industry. Research has shown that social cohesion is often at its best during a time of crisis. And certainly I believe that we have many good examples of powerful social cohesion during the province's management of COVID-19. How do we build on this? And how do we break down the barriers? During COVID, trust was built, respect, belonging, and most importantly, shared ownership and responsibility. People need to feel included and that they belong, and that policies and practices deliver on expectation and agreements. When this fails, these expectations and relationships suffer. We all need to trust in each other and work on a common purpose and goal. We cannot work in isolation. The key to doing this is open and honest two-way communication. This will build trust and legitimacy. We should focus on fostering innovative ways to manage and implement projects and initiatives. We need to be honest with each other. We need to understand there are no quick fixes. We should focus our attention on maintaining and rebuilding what we have. Our first step is to keep the investment in the province and then look at attracting new entrants. We need to simplify things. Our regulatory and compliance burden is such that nothing moves quickly. And how can we do differently? During today, there will be several breakaway sessions at which we need to articulate how we will move forward. Practically, we need to understand within the province, by region, what the already identified catalytic projects are. And then, with the public, the private, labour and community, create small, focused working teams that will deliver the low-hanging fruit quickly and effectively. Each one of the stakeholders must become jointly responsible. Many will argue it's not my responsibility. It's each and every one of our responsibility to ensure that this province is attractive to stay in, do business in, and create communities that develop the next leaders. My message today to corporate KZN is let's stand together. Let's make KZN attractive, or more, maybe I should say, let's make it more attractive. To the provincial government, let's ensure that there's absolute good, clear, and transparent communication, and let's deliver with speed. To Labour, let's make KZN the province where everybody wants to work. Let's create communities that are not just tourist destinations, but places people are proud to call home. Finally, I urge all the business chambers to be the conduit, the golden thread that supports weaving this great province together. Thank you and good day.
and nurture the current investment that we have in the province, while at the same time looking and attracting new investment that will come into the province. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the civil society convener, and I'm going to call on stage now Mr. Sthembiso Madlala to speak on behalf of civil society.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable Premier KZNE, Honorable MEC, present here, Baba Ravi Pillay, government officials, members of the KZN Economic Council, representatives of social partners, the labor, the business, government and civil society, HODs, government officials, representatives of the traditional authorities, Ubuholi Bendabugo, ladies and gentlemen, and also those who are joining us virtually, all protocol observed, I greet you all. Thank you very much. Just a very interesting observation to start on a lighter note. I've noticed that I'm not the only one or the only dinosaur who still uses paper for presentation. I've seen some other dinosaurs, but I assure you that we are gradually migrating. I'm not referring to you, MEC Rafi. Ladies and gentlemen, on a serious note, it's a great honor and a privilege for me to address this august gathering of different social partners. Today, fellow compatriots, marks another great milestone in the history of the KZN Economic Council in its more than 10 years of existence and the journey of working together to build an inclusive and thriving economy, to collaborate with each other to build a capable and a responsive province that puts people first. We are, you'll agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that we are also gathered at a time that is unprecedented, last seen a century ago, where the devastating impact of COVID-19 reverberates throughout all spheres of our society. This social compact that we will be signing gives life to the KZN Economic Recovery, Reconstruction and Transformation Plan. What is more important is that the compact is premised on the very important lessons that we've learned throughout the COVID era. I'll just share with you 4 very critical lessons that I think as civil society that we've learned through the pandemic era. The first lesson that we have learned that is overtly demonstrated in the social compact is that as social partners, we have this symbiotic existence or coexistence, and we need each other more than ever. We've seen during the COVID-19, even the most conservative and stubborn sectors that have been denying transformation, like the tourism sector and the construction sector, are coming closer now because they realize that we are in this thing together. We need each other. That's one important lesson that we have learned. The second important lesson we have learned during this era of the pandemic is that the transformation of the economy can no longer be delayed, ladies and gentlemen. But it should be pursued radically with zest and military precision. And we should not be apologetic about changing the state of the economy. The third lesson that we have learned was the acute and visible poverty, high rate of unemployment, and gross inequality. That is the sad thing that we've witnessed during the pandemic. It's not that it was not there, but it was very acute since 2020. The last important lesson that we have learned during the pandemic was the amazing capacity and resilience of our government and its people to turn things around, as characterized by responsible citizens, decisive leadership, thanks to our leadership led by Ukuzeni in KZN. Also, the enabling policies and strategies and the pervasive spirit of Ubuntu that prevailed during this era. Honorable Premier, this social compact we shall be adopting is not about reinventing the wheel, but it is the response to the historical injustices that continue to haunt us, while it is also a reflection and a response and proactiveness to the prevailing and changing socio-economic context. The social compact demonstrates the aspirations of the most revolutionary policy of the post-apartheid era, the policy which was named the RDP, the Reconstruction and the Development Plan. This social compact also resonates with the spirit of the maxim of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which says, I quote, "Leave no one behind." All the nations of the world have signed the Sustainable Development Goals, emphasizing that no one should be left behind. The cooperation of the different partners, as demonstrated by cooperation of social partners through the KZN Economic Council, shall ensure, and we must make sure, ladies and gentlemen, that no one is left behind. The social compact is, to all intents and purposes, a commitment of all social partners to implement the provincial growth and development strategy, to execute the KZN Economic Recovery, Reconstruction and Transformation Plan through the district development-based approach. As civil society, in all our diversity, because we always acknowledge that we are not a homogeneous sector, we are highly indebted to the governing party for its pro-poor policies and people-centered policies and strategies. The onus, ladies and gentlemen, is upon us as social partners to translate these policies and strategies into the tangible gains for the people of this province, in particular, and the Republic of South Africa in general. And we dare not fail on this mandate. It remains our duty to simplify and practicalize the social compact and other policies. And we dare not be bogged down on bureaucratic tendencies of complicating the simple and failing to simplify the complex. I would like to quote one statement from the social compact which reads, open quote, "As social partners, we agree that it was imperative to secure substantially faster growth of the critical priority sectors of the provincial economy, making these sectors key drivers of the economy. The social compact has prioritized 14 sectors as key drivers of our economic growth and reconstruction. In conclusion, I would like to thank my fellow KZN Economic Council conveners council members, and the secretariats for their tireless efforts to ensure that this social compact is an inclusive and practical document. To the Premier, Honorable Zigalala, for your visionary leadership, KZN. The Honorable MEC Ravi Pillay, for your hands-on approach, sometimes having to work during ungodly hours, but it has produced some results, Comrade Ravi, siyabonga kakhulu. To all the MECs who participate in the Economic Council, the HODs, government officials, and all social partners, thank you, and the journey continues. I'd like to close with a visionary statement from our National Development Plan, theme number 9, which says, we are people at work. We all have actively set out to change our lives in ways which also benefit the broader community. We are people at work. Our work brings us closer to our dreams. We work towards goals with patience and invested in actual effort. Because we are impatient to success, we work with painstaking vigor. Close quote. Thank you very much, and recognizing our His Excellency the Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sthembiso Madlala, representing civil society. And also thank you very much also for sharing the key learnings from the pandemic, such as a very important element that transformation of the economy can no longer be delayed. And the fact that also through this pandemic, really high poverty and gross inequality was demonstrated within our society, which is a very big concern. And I think another very important point is, you know, we never really acknowledge when government does good work. And thank you very much for recognizing that we had, you know, during this time of this pandemic, our government was resilient, decisive, and even as a business community, we also commend the leadership of our province for giving us also time to also share some of the challenges that we're faced with, and decisions were really made timelessly. And another important element that you raise is that we really need to live up to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. If we're able to do that as a society and as a social compact, we should be able to achieve the goals that we want to get into. The next speaker is MEC Nomusa Dube-Ncube, who's going to be joining us virtually, and she is going to be giving us remarks and also introduction to our keynote speaker for today, which is our honorable.
My honorable MECs that are present, and those that are also joining us virtually, led by our chairperson, MEC Pillay, the Mayor of eThekwini Municipality, Councillor Kawunda. I would also like to acknowledge the leadership of the traditional house, Amakhosi Asendlunkulu, elidwa ngusihlalo wamakhosi kanye nama leadership from the district houses. Inkosi yaseMadungeni sifisa ukwamukela the secretary of ACTA and the delegation from ACTA. Also, I would like to greet the co-conveners of the this economic council, the co-convener of Labour, Mr. Mkhize, the co-convener from business, who spoke on behalf of business, Mr. Nigel Ward, the president of Durban Chamber, Mr. Madlala, co-convener from the Civic, as well as the Director General, the DGs, the HODs, the CEOs of entities, the chairs of the boards, and the members of the media, and all the representatives, as well as all the presenters on this important economic council that we are having here today. First and foremost, I wish to personally welcome all the presentations that have been made, all the speakers before me. It is very encouraging to witness the level of detail in the presentations that have been made. And we must continue to share the ideas and strategies on what we collectively need to do to help our communities, our people of this province, to navigate through these difficult times. Importantly, I'm encouraged by the excellent presentations made by the organized labor, as well as the civil society and business, in that all of us really need to hold hands if we are to cross over and see KwaZulu-Natal as a prospective province in which all our citizens need to live in, but also need to thrive as we are led by our Honorable Premier. Perhaps we also may need to be take the presentations further. By going to communities, I know that we are going to be taking these discussions to the different districts to demonstrate that there is a lot of work that all of us need to working with municipalities to look at our various economic challenges that we are facing, but also come up with solutions that we need to put in place to alleviate the challenges that we are facing. I'm highlighting these because we continue to receive and see the protests, but also see a number of our communities and our people that are unemployed. And I'm not going to talk about that because the speakers before me, but also our economic speaker spoke at length about our economic outlook, but also about the challenges that are faced by the economy. Many people have been retrenched, and we know as well that many businesses have had to fold, and we need to use this economic council as a structure to bridge this gap between government, business, social partners, as well as the communities. We need to urgently meet with the key industries in the various sectors, as alluded to by the Honorable Pillay, in the construction and the travel and tourism and the creative, in the informal sector, our cooperatives, in the digital economy, the clothing, the textile, the agriculture, the local economic practitioners, and many other sectors. Program Director, I must hasten to point out that as government, we also are moving with speed, led by our Premier, to remove the red tape in order to ensure that government work effectively and efficiently with all the stakeholders, but also provide that environment that is conducive for businesses to can ensure that the environment is conducive to invest in our province. With the leadership of the Premier and his support, our Executive Council have stated that the emerging entrepreneurs, the marginalized businesses, our cooperatives and our government need to utilize our strength of our 133 billion provincial budget that is allocated, to use that as a springboard for the economic spin that will assist our communities and our businesses. On this important day, we wish to reiterate that we are working very hard. Last 2 weeks, the Premier convened the financial workshop in our province, where we really thrashed out until very late at night, working as the government to ensure that we really are looking at our capacities, we're looking at our weaknesses, and to make sure that as government, we really are dealing with some of the challenges that many of you, the speakers, have spoken about. The people of KwaZulu-Natal want to see, jobs, want to see the economy recovering, and we know that the Economic Council last year started, started last year or in the last 2 years. We even started moving into different districts when we started with going to Emandeni, meeting with communities, with various stakeholders, moving to King Echwayo and moving to various areas, really beginning to get to grips with what is it that is happening to our local businesses, and how can we work with various chambers, with various communities, to ensure that we recover those businesses, but also that we create that dialogue between our workers, our businesses, and our communities. So not anymore, as I think Mr. Mkhize was saying, should we be looking at coronavirus alone, but we should also be saying what solutions should we be putting on the table to ensure that with the situation as abnormal as it is with the coronavirus, the province of KwaZulu-Natal survive the economic challenges that we are facing. Are we going to see the KZN losing its position as a second contributor to the GDP? And today's gathering has created that opportunity for us to examine and answer those questions. And undoubtedly, we are called upon to prove the relevance of our Economic Council here in the next 2 days. Our Premier will spell out in the program of action the program of this government. He will also address a number of questions that we have looked at our economy. He will also be looking at how our province is positioning itself. And it is really our conviction that we are hard at work as KwaZulu-Natal to ensure that the Economic Council is working with all the stakeholders, and it is relevant today and even tomorrow to ensure that we position ourselves as KwaZulu-Natal. However, the relevancy of the structure will only be enhanced by our ability to meet the expectations as well as the aspirations for improving the livelihood of our ordinary communities and our citizens of this province. Program Director, allow me to say that in our premier, we are getting a leader who's energetic, who served as a co-chair of the KwaZulu-Natal Growth Coalition, who's also become an activist at the young age, who has served our communities at various levels, who has also served from the young age, credited with championing various projects, working with various presidents of our country and various leaders of our province and our country. He is a provincial chair of the African National Congress, program director, and ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome with a round of applause as we welcome our premier coming on stage to address us this morning in the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council. I thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's be seated. Program Director, Ms. Palisa Piri, honorable members of the Executive Council who are here today, led by MEC Pillay, as well as MEC Dube, and all members of the Executive Council, partners who are part of this Economic Council, Mr. Edwin Mkhize representing the Labour, Mr. Nigel Ward representing the business sector, and Mr. Madlala from the civil society. Your Worship, the Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Kawunda, Police Kawunda, Inkosi Uzondo, Nkosi yesizwe, various leaders from different sectors who are here, the government officials, compatriots and all. It is an honor and pleasure to partake in this important gathering of the KwaZulu-Natal Economic Council. I have no doubt in my mind that this is a meeting of patriots who are seized with the task of expanding the frontiers of freedom and human fulfillment. In this regard, we are heartened that this gathering is convened during the Freedom Month, a month in which we as South Africans celebrate and reflect on the gains made since the 27th of April 1994 to date. On Tuesday, our country commemorated this important milestone, 27 years of freedom and democracy. We recall the founding president, Nelson Mandela, in his first State of the Nation address on the 24th of May, 1994, and joining all of us as South Africans to roll up our sleeves and urgently get to work to construct a people-centered society. Madiba implore all of us to be seized with the historic task of rebuilding our nation from the ruins of divisions to restore the human dignity of all South Africans. All of us gathered here are in agreement that a lot have been achieved over the past 27 years. But yet we are acknowledging that there is more that can still be achieved
especially on the economic front. While there is always a temptation to refer to the 1994 democratic breakthrough as a miracle, we recognize that it was a product of sweat, toil, and blood. Many people, black and white, paid the ultimate price to be able to put legitimate government based on the will of people to change the lives of all. Our Freedom Day also represents a victory of international solidarity in the global struggle to overthrow the apartheid colonial regime. It was also a triumph of civil society, labor and other sectors to begin a new chapter in a nation that had became synonymous with injustice and conflict for nearly 4 centuries. Our collective heroic struggle against the tyranny of racial oppression inspired to remember that nothing can stand in the way of the people united behind a common enemy. While we have many examples to point for our collective success since 1994, we know that there is a number of South Africans who feel we could have done more. These are South Africans who go to bed hungry. These are South Africans who have no income at all and without any prospect of securing employment. These are South Africans who are facing obstacles in starting enterprises to support themselves and their prospective employees. As we celebrated the Freedom Day on Tuesday, many were emphatic that they have not tasted the fruit of freedom and democracy. Today, South Africa is faced with an economic crisis and deep levels of race-based and gender-based deprivation and inequality. Just like we wage a fight against the monster and the enemy of apartheid, today South Africa requires immense sacrifices and a coordinated approach to reignite economic growth, create jobs, and banish hunger and poverty from the face of our beautiful land. We are therefore pleased as government that we are gathered under one roof with you in what can be only a practical demonstration of a united front we have formed against the economic challenges we faced before and even now during the era of this deadly pandemic, COVID-19. This venue, as Councillor Kaunda, the mayor, said earlier, the ICC and the Hilton Hotel next door are some of the casualties of the economic crisis precipitated by the pandemic, which has also ravaged global economies and caused untold human suffering. As we traverse through these adverse times, it is therefore imperative that we as the province remain united and not to take our eyes off the ball. We meet at a time, compatriot, where we know quite well that the global economic prospect deteriorated drastically in 2020. In 2020, South African economy is said to have contracted by 7%. It will take a united, focused and disciplined action from all stakeholders to undo this setback. It was only later in the year that the global economy began to rebound steadily from the substantial contractions following the reopening of the economic activities in the world, especially in May and June. However, the recovery path remain uncertain as we go through COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, the global growth is estimated to have contracted by 3.5 and expected to rebound significantly by 5.5% in 2021. The country's overall annual economic performance, the growth domestic product, increased at an annualized rate of 6.3% in the fourth quarter of 2020. This was supported by further easing of lockdown restriction in the country and largely driven by manufacturing industry. But on a year-on-year basis, the economy contracted by 4% in the fourth quarter of 2020. KwaZulu-Natal is the second largest economy, contributing an average of 16% to the country's GDP. And for 2020, the province contracted by 6.9%, with the construction sector hit the hardest and shrinking by 18%. One of the province's most important sectors in terms of job creation and contribution to the GDP is manufacturing sector, and it also contracted by 11%. We know quite well that tourism also was heavily hit by the period of the lockdown and the COVID-19. And during the same time, unemployment also rose, as reflected in the quarterly labor force survey. And it has been reported that the South African unemployment rate is standing now at 32.5%. As the economy enters into a state of recovery, it is vital for our policies to focus on inclusive economic growth that promote both public and private sector investment, especially in infrastructure, and therefore ensure that the expenditure is directed accordingly. As the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal, we continue engaging economic development partners and stakeholders to promote key trade and investment opportunities in a more targeted way. Since the news of the first confirmed case of COVID-19 in March 2020, the lives of South Africans changed. In a period of the year, we lost our loved ones, we lost colleagues, neighbors, and friends. People lost jobs, and businesses were forced to close down. Since the arrival of this global pandemic, we've had to change our priorities in order to manage the crisis and find ways of rebuilding as well as reconstructing the economy. On the 26th of February this year, we presented the State of the Province address under the theme, Quickening the Tempo to ensure economic recovery and job creation. We define our task and our focus as such because whatever we do must be done with speed. But also we took that opportunity to present our focal plan to reignite and restructure the economy. Our focus is on the following: intensifying the fight against COVID-19, reignite economic growth and job creation, building social cohesion, fighting crime and corruption, delivering basic services, in particular water, building a capable and ethical developmental state. And therefore, all of us should unite around these 5 priorities. As the province, we are working hard to promote and improve the capacity of the developmental state so that it can actively and effectively deliver on its role of tackling the root causes of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We're working closely with law enforcement agencies and community to fight crime, including economic sabotage crimes. Working with the national government, we are determined to fight those who hijack construction sites, extort bribes, and we are forceful to ensure that all these activities or forums are coming to the end. We're monitoring police and ensure that each case is followed to the logical conclusion. Such actions are in not any way closer to the ANC's interpretation of radical economic transformation. Radical economic transformation is a clear policy which seeks to address the economic imbalance but has nothing to do with crime and extort bribes from businesses. As government, we support calls that South Africa must prioritize employment. And in all what we do, let us focus on employment. We are clearly opposed to anything that will tell us that let us promote growth at the expense of employment. We call on business community to partner with us in the effort to stabilize the province, but also ensure economic growth that will result in the creation of employment for our people. We also have to work together to support the logistics and hospitality industry that have suffered during this past era. As KwaZulu-Natal, we have said that creation of jobs, supporting manufacturing, boosting agricultural production, localization in goods and services, and igniting township and rural economies must consume our energies in 2021. Let me take this opportunity to reassert this. Our focus must be on ensuring that we support manufacturing, boost agricultural production, focus on localization in goods and services, and igniting rural and township economies. In this regard, we undertook in the State of the Province address to establish a war room on the creation of jobs so that we are able to coordinate our efforts to ensure that we maximize energies and plans, but practically ensure that our plans create more jobs for our people. We're meeting here today as government, labor, civil society, and business. And this is a platform of social compact for economic growth and social stability for our province. As government, we have no illusion that our primary responsibility is to support the private sector to thrive and to create jobs. We understand also that whilst we support the private sector, we are a pro-poor developmental state. Therefore, we must create necessary conditions to support SMMEs as well. Research across the world clearly shows that Many of the new jobs continue to be created by small enterprises. In this regard, we will continue to support SMMEs, including ensuring that they obtain and get finance, sustainable market, and also ensure that they are also mentored through incubations program that are offered by our departments. We remain serious about the need to de-racialize the economy and to alter the patterns of ownership to reflect the demographics of our land. Through the radical economic transformation agenda, we have a direct interest in seeing previously marginalized groups entering the mainstream of the economy. We want to be clear. Ours is not just to resuscitate the economy that was heavily attacked by COVID-19, but ours is to ensure economic restructuring and recovery plan. It should be restructured to ensure meaningful integration of blacks in general and Africans in particular. As KwaZulu-Natal, we've developed an economic recovery strategy which is disaggregated into 15 economic sectors. And we implore all of you to take time and look on this plan, make your own contributions, so that when we adopt it finally, it is a plan that embraces all our interests. We intend to ensure that we grow these sectors as key drivers for export and investment. And these are agriculture and agro-processing, clothing and textile, creative industry, finance and financial services, ICT, and the entire fourth industrial revolution, health innovation and manufacturing, industrial development, informal sector, infrastructure development with a dedicated focus on water and energy, manufacturing, and paying attention under manufacturing on automotive, paper and pulp, mineral and mineral beneficiation, ocean economy, tourism, transport and logistics. So these are 15 sectors we've identified. And in each of these, we are dedicating working streams that will coordinate and ensure that there are clear interventions and milestones with timelines. Compatriots, this social compact we have forged as KwaZulu-Natal has evolved over years. And tomorrow we will sign the social compact, which will set out firm commitment and an action plan for all of us. The compact should tell us exactly how we will work together to grow these sectors that we've identified. This social compact is more than just a document outlining a program of action toward reigniting economic growth. It should be accompanied by a clear monitoring and evaluation framework that will ensure that everything that we set here is implemented. And therefore, we are all called not to lament, but to invest our deliberations on practical plans that will then be implemented post the signing of the social compact tomorrow. Program Director, members of the Council, allow me to take this opportunity to implore the Economic Council to embrace radical shift. I don't believe we are moving with speed that is required to tackle issues that are affecting our society. So looking on and having been invited to this, I identified 3 key issues that I believe define or are defining for us today. And these are issues that are so essential that they define our existence, whether we still need to be together or not. The first issue, I think we need to reorientate ourselves as the Economic Council to become a microcosm of the future society we are building. We are building a society that will be truly non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous. Now, let me take a risk. I think through government we've done well to enforce women emancipation, including ensuring the emergence of women in key positions. I'm not sure whether Labour is doing enough, and I'm not sure whether the business is doing enough in that regard. But as the Economic Council, all of us gathered here, we must accept that we have not done well in ensuring youth participation. I checked with those who are responsible for logistics through MEC Pillay. And here we're about 70. If you include even those who are providing maybe services. May I take a risk and just request those who are direct participants, those who are direct participants with the right to speak from the table till the end. Those who are less than 35, if they may raise their hands, please. Those who are not providing services, not here because they are to take minutes or to offer a particular service. Those who are delegates below 35, may they raise their hands. So we've got 5 young people who are less than 35. In a forum for people who are more than 70. And that talks to youth representation in the economic structures of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm raising this point because it is so strategic. You may not think that it is important for any of our chamber to exist effectively for the next 10 years. It needs young people who will learn how things are done, the culture, professionalism, internalize this, and then with time they will become leaders. For the labor movement, we need young people who will understand the question of unity and struggle of the opposite, as the representative of Labour unpacked earlier. The Labour need work, they need to get salary to support their families and extended families. But business, to become productive, they need the labor to employ. If we don't invest in young people who will understand that dialectical link and relationship between the business and labor as defined by the unity and struggle of the opposite, it means we've got a risk for tomorrow. The civil society needs young people who will bring new ideas. And civil society is not only civic organizations, it must include academia and others. So we need people who are going to provoke and present new thinking and ideas. And we should ask ourselves when you then meet as a committee MECPLE, are we not suffering from stagnation? I can tell you that we know each other here. Possible we have been here for the past 5-10 years. So we know each other, we are comfortable. Once a year we will meet in this economic summit. And we will repeat issues that we've discussed. Rehash and rehash. I think the Economic Council must look on how to revitalize itself. Bring young people and bring women as a microcosm of what we are building, the society we want to attain. That is my first issue that I thought I should bring to you direct. The second issue is the capacity to implement. Well, I hear Treasury Jacob analyze and said government is not mandated to create jobs. I do agree that we play a meaningful role on regulations. And that regulatory framework must also compel the private sector to create jobs. So ours as government is not just to say we create a conducive environment for business to thrive, but it should be for business to thrive and create jobs, and that should be emphatically understood. Now we need to build the capacity to implement, and this calls for a developmental and an entrepreneurial state, a state that pulls the private sector, the labor, and the civil society, mobilize all of them around one common agenda and ensure implementation. There will be areas of contestation and differences, but there must be implementation, and implementation must be what defines us. If we agree on certain interventions and programs, we must all be united around that. We may differ with the labor when they say, let us give people loans without guarantees. That is fine. We'll differ, debate those issues. But what is needed is the implementation of everything that we agree on. So this platform needs to build the capacity to implement. Government must lead the way, and the private sector must be able to respond. But also the labor need to mobilize the labor to participate. And I must say that the productivity level in South Africa is too low than other countries. Whether you are dealing with government or the private sector, the productivity level is nowhere compared to other developing countries. So the capacity to implement is what we need. The third point, we need to build a productive economy. And therefore, industrialization must be a cornerstone of economic growth. Industrialization. On the 1st of January this year, the African Free Continental Trade Area came into operation. We must ensure that this gigantic continental move is realistic. And in doing so, we must promote those who manufacture to export to the continent as a whole. And therefore, at this level, we should be concerned about those issues so that we seize the opportunities. Before the end of May, the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal will sign a memorandum of understanding with Africa Export and Import Bank, AFRICSIN, to provide funding for entrepreneurs intending to explore export market. And we do so to support small entrepreneurs, but also to open space for big conglomerate to build their capacity to service the African market. I've taken a risk to present these three priorities as time defining for ourselves. A moment not used is an opportunity lost and a time wasted. I hope this platform will be equal to the task. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, our Honorable Premier, for those great words of support. Also, thank you to MEC Dube Ngumbe for the words of support and remarks. Premier, I've just captured a few key things that you have mentioned in your speech that I'm hoping, again, like you requested, that these are things that will be discussed in the deliberations. The first one is that it will take a united, focused and disciplined effort by all social partners, which is government, business, labor, civil society, that are here today to recover the economic gains of our province. So there's a lot of work that we all need to do together. And also, inclusive economic growth is a priority, which in infrastructure, promoting key growth in a targeted way that will speed and reignite and restructure the economy. And you have mentioned key priority areas such as supporting manufacturing, boosting the agriculture, boosting township economy, which is very, very important, supporting the private sector, and the priority for the province is also to support the private sector to thrive and create jobs while supporting SMMEs, which is also very progressive. I mean, the support of our SMMEs is very important because we all know that the big businesses, they can't create more jobs, but more jobs will be created by the SMMEs. The restructuring of our economy to achieve the radical economic transformation, and that the council, this economic council, needs to embrace radical speed and make sure that things move quickly and accordingly. And you've also challenged us by giving us 3 defining issues that you'd like the economic council to look at. The first one is to reorientate the council for the future, which means that we have to include women and we have to have youth participation to revitalize this council. So this council basically needs to revitalize itself. And also, a very important element is, I know, Premier, you always like to say that it's always good, it's all good to present and have plans, but how do we implement? So you've also left this with us, that we need to make sure that this Economic Council does have the capacity to implement the plans that we're discussing that we're going to be doing. And we also need, the third one is that we also need to build a productive economy with industrialization as the cornerstone of the growth. Thank you very much to our Premier, and who was our keynote speaker for today. Just a few announcements that I'm going to be making. We are going to be taking a 15-minute break So right now it is 11:55. We all need to leave this room because the room needs to be fogged. And we all need to be back here at exactly 10 minutes past 12. There will be tea outside. We are running quite late with our program. So if I can just please request that we do take exactly 15 minutes and be back at 12:15. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are recommencing our program. The first speaker that I'm going to call is Mr. Matthew Parks, who is going to talk to us about going towards a results-driven and sustainable social compact. I'm going to just make a special request to all the speakers that we have now, that given the fact that we're really running very much behind time, if they can try and stick to the allocated time they have been given, so that we can make sure that we're able to give all the other speakers an opportunity to be able to speak. Can we have Mr. Matthew Parks on the stage, please? Okay, thank you. It looks like Mr. Matthew Parks is joining us virtually. Are you ready, Mr. Parks?
Yes, I am, Chair. I believe that one of the colleagues in KZN was going to just share my presentation as well.
Thank you so much. Before you start, if I can just please request those that have logged on that are not speaking, please can you put your devices on mute so that there is no echo when Mr. Parks does his presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Chair. And yes, I think our colleagues in KZN are just uploading the presentation, so I can start. But perhaps they could just put it in the screen slideshow preview. But yeah, let me start so long, Comrade Chair, whilst yeah, that's it. I think, Chair, let me just also do all protocols. I think to appreciate the invitation for us as COSATU to come and share our views on social compacts on the economic recovery plan. I think, Chair, just want to acknowledge the Premier of KZN, Comrade Zikalala, the MECs, in particular Comrade Pillay, other members of government, colleagues from business and civil society and delegates. And of course, I must also thank my brother, the Provincial Secretary of COSATU in KZN, Comrade Kabazela. Chair, my name is Matthew Parks. I'm from COSATU. My job is to be COSATU's parliamentary coordinator. And we engage obviously with government, with business at NEDLAC and Parliament on many issues which are linked to social compacts. We can just go to the next slide. So, Chair, I think any economic policy or intervention as a country, well, let me first introduce COSATU, my apologies. For those who are not aware of this little organization called COSATU, we are the largest organization outside of the Zionist Christian Church in this country. We have over 1.6 million members in 17 affiliate unions, and we organize across every sector of the economy, from farm workers to police officers, to nurses, to doctors. Our mandate, Comrade Chair, and to comrades, number one is to protect and create jobs, to defend the wages of workers, to improve the conditions. We're not a apolitical federation. We must defend the gains of 1994. Equally, we have to now overcome the setbacks of the state capture era, which we think will honestly take us about a decade to do so. We remain a loyal member of the Tripartite Alliance, but of course, Chair, colleagues would know, we're not afraid to speak truth to power and to expose mistakes by our comrades, because we want to help to correct those mistakes, not to destroy people. Equally, Chair, we have to manage the challenges of COVID-19, of a recession, and of course, there's no empty vacuum, as the Premier was saying. We must prepare for the fourth industrial revolution, which is rapidly gaining speed, and equally must embrace a just transition for all workers, for all sectors. Next slide. Chair, I think for us, a starting point for any economic policy has to be about our economic context. We are in the deepest recession in a century. Of course, we had a recession long before COVID-19 entered our vocabulary a year ago. And we're in a global economic recession. All countries are now competing for very limited international investments. Unemployment has pushed past 40%, and of course, we all know it's far worse for women, for young people in the rural areas, for persons with disabilities. We've seen many workers lose their jobs during this past year. We're witnessing a collapse of many municipalities, state-owned enterprises, and of course, there's a pandemic of state capture and corruption and wasteful expenditure. But equally, as much as these things are demoralizing, we need to give a sense of hope to the public, to workers, that things will improve, that we are fixing these challenges. So next slide. Chair, as COSATU, we strongly embrace and support social compacts. We think they are positive role models in Scandinavia, in Germany, Japan, and we recognize that every social partner, be it government or business or labor or communities, have limitations. They all can make critical contributions, but none of them can do it on their own. Equally, as South Africans, we all have a common interest. We're all in the same boat together to varying degrees. For us, Chair, as COSATU, we think we all need to compromise, we need to contribute, and at times, even necessary, we must sacrifice for a broader national good. Next slide. Chair, we had actually called for a presidential job summit for many years. We were quite pleased when the President, Comrade Ramaphosa, convened it. Of course, it built upon previous buy local accords, which had varying degrees of success and failure. There's many good things in the job summit, many detailed commitments. The challenge was the lack of implementation. And I think all of us failed to hold each other sufficiently accountable. We had established the Presidential Working Committee, tried to intervene. We made some progress there, but again, interventions, to be honest, were far too slow. Next slide. Chair, when the Minister of Finance, Comrade Mboweni, tabled the MTBPS in October 2019, for us, it was a final alarm bell. We felt we were in very, very dangerous economic territory. We came as COSATU with a raft of economic intervention proposals. We tabled it to the Alliance Political Council, to government, got good responses, but very little traction afterwards. We then had to retreat to our ESCOM social compact because we thought we really didn't have the luxury of time. We needed to move with speed to get things moving as a nation, to save jobs, save the economy. The President had called for a Marshall Plan. We had supported that last year. We had extensive engagement with our colleagues from government, from business at NEDLAC on what can be done, including in particular on the economic and social relief package. So if Comrade Kabazela is asked, what is Labour's contribution? Well, 60 billion rand has been released from the Unemployment Insurance Fund over this past year. That's out of a total of 154 billion rand the UIF had in its books before the lockdown. So that's workers, just go back for a second, that's workers' contributions. That's a worker and an employer tax. Our government doesn't contribute a cent towards it. But equally, Chair, I think we must appreciate the other weaknesses in the relief package. Only 18 billion rand out of the 20 billion rand loan guarantee scheme has been tapped into. We have not felt that the banks have sufficiently adjusted themselves to fix those issues. I think we appreciated the tax relief given by government to businesses, but we felt equally we need all of us to contribute, and we saw very limited contribution from the banks to providing debt relief to consumers. Next slide. So, Chair, I'll just go into some of the, for us as Labour, the key pillars of the economic recovery plan. Next slide, and there's just a few critical ones, but they're all based on the social compact. So for one, and we approach the same, what can we as COSATU, as Labour do to contribute? Yes, we can criticize government, we can criticize business, we must, but we also have to put something on the table. So we drafted the social compact for ESCOM, which has been agreed to by our colleagues in government, in business. The speaker after me, Comrade Rudy, from the presidency, played a fantastic role in helping develop it. So we felt, Chair, ESCOM is the greatest threat to economic recovery. It is the greatest threat to the fiscus, to our state sovereignty. But of course, you may hate ESCOM, but the fact is it distributes all of our electricity, it generates most of it. The economy industry needs reliable and affordable electricity. And equally, the debt burden of 424 billion rand and rising is simply unsustainable. You also cannot allow ESCOM to simply hike tariffs, which will make the situation situation worse for all of us. So we felt there was a need to intervene to avoid Eskom going the route of SCA and just simply collapsing and taking us with it. Next slide. So Chair, our compact, so this is our COSATU contribution to helping rebuild the economy. We focus on debt relief so Eskom can be allowed to focus on maintenance and around generation investment, which will help ease load shedding, which will release pressure on industry. Our conditions worse, workers cannot be retrenched at Eskom. And of course, Eskom must clean itself up through the implementation of the social compact. We can't give blank checks. And those are principles, key principles of it is that those who have stolen must be arrested. We must tackle corruption and wasteful expenditure. The bloated management, which increased tenfold, must be reduced. We must review all contracts, including coal, where you often find looting taking place. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Okay, sure. Also, Chair, around the IPPs tariffs must be market related. They cannot afford to be subsidized by Eskom. Eskom itself needs to enter the renewable energy generation space as an owner. But also, Committee Chair, this could be a useful thing for comrades in KZN. Why can't we help facilitate workers and communities to own renewable energy generation? Why can't we look at Pongola, ample sun, establish a community-owned solar panel farm? We also need to have a just transition for aging power stations. Just go back for a second. Many of the power stations, a third of the generation capacity is going off-grid this decade. We need to look at can coal mines be extended? If not, can we convert them to other energy generation or other economic activities? But also, Comrade Chair, and again, there's opportunities for KZN comrades. We need to have all buildings installing locally produced solar panels. We need to look at converting our auto manufacturing sector to an electric and a hydro vehicle industry. And again, KZN is a significant role player in the auto manufacturing sector. But if we don't do that, we will lose this industry, which employs about 400,000 workers. You can look at China, they're moving to electric vehicles. That is the future. Chair, I think MEC Pillay talked about SOEs. Our SOEs are collapsing left and right because of corruption and mismanagement, but also structural changes in their sectors. We've seen the collapse of SAA, Express, Autopacks, but there's a real danger now of other SOEs collapsing. The Post Office, Denel, SABC, but even well-run SOEs like AXA are experiencing serious financial problems because of the pandemic, because of the economy. But Chair, I think the point is the 1950s models for SOEs doesn't work in the 21st century. Government cannot continue bailouts in perpetuity. Next slide. Yeah. So Chair, I think we need to see similar social compacts which needs trusts for other SOEs. We need to look at a just transition plan for them, not simply to retrench workers left and right. There needs to be new economic models and at times where relevant equity partners. But Chair, the point is SOEs must serve a strategic need of the state and the economy and roles that the private sector cannot or should not be fulfilling, but they cannot be a burden to the state. They can't be a hindrance to the economy. I think that's what we've not gotten right. Chair, other critical part is local procurement that Kabazela mentioned. This is at the heart of the economic recovery plan. There are billions we can save from imports and invest locally. So we've looked at getting on board large public and private procurers, targeting certain procurement items per industry. So for example, Comrade Patel, the minister, has been targeting cooking oil for the fast food industry, looking at furniture, etc. I think we can all look at any offices in government, furniture, vehicles, clothing, largely imports. Those are quick wins if we can intervene and get them locally produced. The PPEs, we have about 200 factories locally, many of them in KZN, which produce PPEs. So why are we not procuring from them? They're huge opportunities. It's just a question of us doing the hard work. SACTO, the Clothing Workers Union, spent a lot of time last year writing to each provincial department, including KZN, and struggled to get any sense of transparency from departments to confirm they're procuring PPEs locally. What we uncovered, and as we all have seen, is that there was huge amounts of corruption. Shoddy PPEs were bought, and often these were imported by the children of politicians or well-connected business people, etc. But Chair, consumers must play the role. We must all look at how to mobilize consumers. As COSATU, as unions, Comrade Edwin, our task is to make sure that union procurement workers buy locally, that our workplaces, our bargaining councils, our sectors buy locally, but also our workers' investment funds, our pension funds, the PIC must invest much more locally. Next slide. Chair, I think Rudy will speak better about the infrastructure program. But look, for us, we support government's infrastructure program. It's going to play a critical role to stimulate economic growth. And of course, we know the backlog in roads, the collapse of PRASA lines. We know in the rural areas, the abandoned Transnet lines. And of course, in eThekwini, the huge delays in the ports, the crumbling water infrastructure. These are huge things we need to invest in. I think Comrade Sputler and the presidency has done well to mobilize resources for it, including from the private sector. And there are exciting opportunities there around agro-processing, energy, etc. But again, we need to make sure we move from good commitments to action, and of course, to avoid our national sport of corruption. Next slide. Chair, government on its own will never have enough finances. I think the roads maintenance backlog is about 600 billion rand. So it's clear we need to tap into private sector investment. We cannot depend upon foreign investment. Must be domestic investment leading. We need to look at impact investments. That's why we support Comrade Chair amending Regulation 28 to allow for pension funds to invest in infrastructure, but not as a blank check. There must be a return on investments. Our point, Comrade Chair, is that workers' pensions, the workers' funds must benefit workers. They must protect pensioners. They must create jobs, support locally produced goods, spur the economy. But we must move away from the tendency that fund managers profiteer out of it, that a politically connected elite loot it and there are no consequences. Next slide. Chair, but all of these things are fantastic, but if we don't address our pandemic of corruption, we're just playing marbles here. Corruption chows about 10% of our budget every year, about 150 billion rand. Imagine what you could do with that. That's 5 times the funding level for NSFAS. We're seeing the consequences where state organs are collapsing, workers are losing their jobs, their pensions. At Denel, workers are told to be grateful if you receive 10% of your salary. They go for months with no salary. We need to have a single online transparent public procurement system for the whole state, not just departments, but including municipalities, including SOEs. There must be lifestyle audits for all political office bearers, for management, for supply chain officials, especially in our SOEs and our municipalities, which is the heart of looting. Chair, we made proposals COSATU to government, and I must be honest, government colleagues are not keen on this idea, but to ban political office bearers of ruling parties, their spouses and children from doing business with the state, not to ban them from doing business, but to do business with the state. We need to set a right example that we're tackling corruption. But Chair, the NPA, the police, the courts, they need to do their job. If the leadership can't do it, they must go. And either we establish anti-corruption courts or we capacitate the commercial crimes courts. But the slow pace of taking the accused to court now is a recipe for chaos. There was a very progressive Auditing Amendment Act passed a few years ago by Parliament. It empowers government to seize the assets of guilty officials. But I think only one official has been felt that so far. SARS needs to be supported. There's some good work taking place to capacitate SARS. But the fact is, Chair, billions are lost to tax evasion. And right now in our ports of entry, only 5% of goods are inspected for customs. So there are huge gaps there, Chair. Next slide. Chair, I think just getting to the end, look, I think what we've witnessed now is that the state is fragmenting, it's disintegrating in many fronts. We need to arrest it now. We need to rebuild the state. Because as I think Mr. Twala from the department said in the beginning of this seminar today, if you don't have a functioning state, you will not develop as a society. We are seeing the collapse of the state at many levels. And this is despite citizens paying taxes at all levels. We think, Chair, that we need to look at consolidating duplicate state organs and entities. The 259 municipalities now are clearly not sustainable. But equally, Chair, We need to reduce the size of national and provincial cabinets, mayoral committees, to reduce the perks that managers and politicians get paid. We should be looking at having a single wage regime for the entire state. But Chair, if we're talking about social compacting, government needs to respect collective bargaining. You cannot negotiate agreements with unions built upon compromises, and then you just simply read the newspaper, governors walking away. It collapses the space for us to have social compacts, to engage, to trust, to respect each other. Next slide. So in conclusion, Chair, and I hope I did not exceed my time too much. I think, Chair, concluding points. I mean, we're facing our greatest economic, social, and governance challenges in a century. But having said that, there's more that must unite us than can divide us. All of us need to contribute to rebuilding South Africa and the economy. Chair, at the heart of the economic recovery plan, which is based upon a social compact spirit, is about saving and creating jobs, as the Premier said, about spurring economic growth, about investing in SOEs, in infrastructure, ramping up local procurement, tackling corruption, and rebuilding a state. Chair, South Africa is a very lucky country. We have a very diversified economy. We're not like some countries where you have a single commodity or single crop or single product upon which all the economy is based. Extremely diversified, significant infrastructure, a workforce which is desperate to work, but it just simply requires us to get off our chairs, to do what needs to be done, to show the commitment. But Chair, lastly, we don't have the luxury of time. We don't have the luxury to fail. Things are so bad right now. If we don't turn things around, heaven help us if it gets worse. And we're lucky, Chair, to have a president now committed to cleaning up the state, committed to the spirit of social compact. I think it's for us as government, as business, as labor, as community to embrace it and to take the opportunity before it slips through our fingers. So let me thank you, Chair, and to the Premier and to members for inviting us, and we hope we've made some contributions to assisting comrades. And thank you very much, Chair.
Like all of us, you're also frustrated with the crime, corruption, wasteful expenditure that is happening, and also concerns with the corruption that is happening in the ports. I know that we'll be having the Chief Executive of Transnet Port Authorities talking to us this afternoon. So I hope that you also touch on some of the areas that you have mentioned. Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Our next speaker is Mr. Rudy Dix, who is the head of Project Management Office from the Presidency. I believe he'll also be virtual. Mr. Dix, over to you. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, am I loud and clear?
Yes, you are. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. And again, just you know, a warm welcome and sorry, just you know, to express my appreciation for the organizers, and thanks to the Premier, also the MECs and the councillors who are part of this particular session. I've got a couple of slides, but I thought, I mean, Comrade Matthew had a broad political economy view, and I think that's very, very important. I wanted to be a little bit more focused on the kind of micro lessons learned using the Job Summit. And that's part of the work that I did, just before I moved into the presidency. So this will be the focus of this presentation. I will stick to my time, Chair, as quickly as possible. I've just put a timer on so that I make sure that I go through it as quickly as possible. So as always, okay, hold on, my slide's not moving. Okay, so I mean the critical question is when you try and do social compacting, you don't do it for the sake of just for niceties. You want to impress social partners, or you want to have a lovely Ndaba and getting hanging out with comrades and friends and stuff like that. The critical question is how can we develop a social complex that ensures the development of a more inclusive and equitable growth and development path. And that's the major question we had asked when we were doing the job summit. We wanted to come together to design an intervention plan that addresses partially some of the more important development issues confronting South Africa, and how we can develop a more inclusive, a more growth-oriented, employment-driven economic growth path. And so this is the question, and in the design of how we did this was fundamentally to try and answer that. It wasn't a question on whether social compact is important for inclusivity and stakeholder engagement. It's important in the nature of how our society has evolved and developed post-democracy, is that we are a society where compacting is an important part of who we are. Compacting is an important part of the kind of programs that we've done. And this is quite critical. So it's not a question of whether we compact or not. The question is how we compact to be able to achieve a particular set of outcomes. But also, as we moved into the job summit, one of the more important things, and as we move into compacting, is what we've done in previous summits and how we've learned from that. And as you move towards this particular form of compacting in the KZN province, for us, it was important to assess previous engagements. This included, as Matthew said, the 1999 Job Summit, the 2004 Growth and Development Summit, the original Financial Sector Charter, framework agreements, and various accords around 2012, local procurement, youth employment, and a whole lot of different things, including tax incentives. So summits are important, and the ability to be able to compact is important because, of course, they do. They build trust and construct a relationship between government and social partners, and that's very, very important. But the key question that we're trying to resolve is about changing society. And so many of these summits, which are very, very critical and important for us to build that kind of relationships, haven't always achieved the intended and desired impact. And this is the question that we had also said to ourselves: how do we design something that can better improve what we want to have? So, learning from the past. Despite many engagements, the economy remains exclusionary. No joint structure was established to promote achievements or more inclusive economy outcomes and to manage interventions more systematically. So we had lots of useful outcomes in the GDS agreement, the Growth and Development Summit agreement in 2004, but not well managed, not well implemented. Lots of good ideas and nothing to support that. No monitoring mechanisms, and I heard colleagues and the Premier speak about the importance of having a critical monitoring framework in place to keep track and hold people account. That was not there, right? Blockages. How do we deal with outcomes that are or potential outcomes that are critical for moving forward, but there are particular blockages in the way, either policy blockages, implementation blockages, capacity blockages, or simply just the lack of capacity to be able to implement. The one thing that we learned in the Job Summit was that pre-summit negotiations is always very, very important, and sometimes even more significant in the post-summit interventions, you know? And so what's important is that, you know, what you wanted is a lot of build-up, and I'll show you some of the stuff that we did as a build-up towards making sure that our job summit agreement is very, very detailed. And the reason why, sorry, let me just make the point, Chair. The reason why I use the job summit agreement as a step, as a learning curve and experience is because the economic reconstruction recovery plan built itself on the job summit, on many of the commitments that were there. It built itself, it tightened up on many of the interventions. And so it's important to see it in that particular context. But in actual fact, what the job summit did do was to avoid the vague commitments and agreements that sometimes, makes reference to some vague thing that you don't quite understand what it means. It gets misinterpreted, and of course, misinterpreted vague agreements are a remedy for non-commitment and non-implementation. And then, of course, detailed analysis and learnings from previous summits as we move into the gauge. Now, so when we ask what sort of summit do we want, you know, and we said there are three things that we wanted. We made it very simple. The first objective was to identify solutions to job retention and identify job creation blockages, because that's important. South Africa is not moving fast enough in creating employment, but we're also not sufficiently agile enough to prevent job losses. Now, preventing of job losses are not necessarily only through legislative interventions, but it's also about our agility to be able to manage crises in particular sectors where we can see these things happening, you know, and what is it that we're able to provide and support to be able to either mitigate and reduce those kind of losses in particular key sectors of the economy, or what sort of strategies do we want to put in place to see firm growth, exports, and investment happening. So we needed to do with both, right? And address these blockages and create those opportunities, right? And as well as to ensure that we stimulate more participation in the economy. So the point there was that commitments must be clear and precise. We must strengthen existing initiatives and develop new ones. So we can't ignore as if they are not current initiatives at all. And understanding challenges that are faced, right? So that each and every social partner at a granular level find solutions to unblock and unlock the bottlenecks identified to job creation. So job creation and its ability to be, and you know, harnessing job creation as an opportunity to expand the economic activity and to stimulate economic growth was quite important. And these are the first sets of things. The second objective is that we must deal with policy and regulatory uncertainty to unlock inclusive. And there's a lot of that. A president makes mention of much of the kind of challenges that we face around policy and regulatory uncertainty. In actual fact, this has led to last year to the creation of the Operation Vulindlela that looks at certain structural reforms to deal with policy uncertainty, and us in the PMO, are dealing with it as part of our OV responsibility. And lastly, of course, is to achieve maximum buy-in, including beyond the NEDLAC social partners. So we needed to look beyond the traditional sets of social partners in NEDLAC. Now, this urged some of the social partners, including comrades Matthew and them and others in COSATU, because what this meant is that we also needed to work with social partners outside of the NEDLAC fold. You know, many of the unions, business organizations, and community stakeholders that are out there that feel excluded from the mainstream engagement and the social partner collaboration. And we had to talk to them, because that's important. We need to have a whole of society approach that allows us to be able to do it. So this is the kind of summit that we said we wanted at the end of the day. So I'm not going to go through the objectives. One can go through it because I think it's important. This informed really our agenda. What informs the provincial agenda is what is, an assessment that the province can make around a whole lot of different things, which we talked about was small and micro enterprises. We talked about, regulatory certainty, particularly in the case of the province. I think it would be important to see how one could deal with many of the regulatory obstacles and challenges at a municipal level, for example, around investments. Economic diversification is quite important to increase investments, employment, and exports. Partnerships in education and how we can build post-school education, and that's quite critical. And obviously, this is informed about how one develops a more inclusive form of growth. The point about all of this is that it informed our proposals for discussions on the basis of the following, right? So, I mean, I've spoken about a lot of this, but it's really about scale, employment, reaching scale, reach an improved impact, because that's quite critical. If you're unable to get an agreement that's going to have minimum impact, what's the point of having that agreement? So it has to reach scale, it has to reach many in society, and it must improve impact. It must create sustainable and decent job creation, because our important principles that we've signed up to as the Republic of South Africa within the ILO. Build on existing initiatives, identify constraints, as you said, timescale for implementation, develop synergies between proposals, adequate measures of accountability, supporting transformation, and also have structures that are going to be able to commit and implement many of this. So we even developed sets of expectations, because this was critical also. Because many of us came in there and we had very different expectations of what. And to get to this 5 was, I remember, colleagues, it took us quite a number of weeks to get to these expectations. I mean, the first expectation was that it had to be tangible, implementable, and innovative job creation commitments for the future. The second one is that agreement on key hurdles to be removed, with a specific focus on policy and regulatory constraints, administrative constraints, and capacity among stakeholders. Commitment from each social partner to the job summit. And this was an important commitment, because many of us, when we get into these kind of conversations and compacting, we tend to play second fiddle. We tend to not commit. No, it's always government that is responsible, or it's always labor that is responsible to do this, or it's always business that's responsible. We had to commit equally, because this is very, very critical for us to get the kind of social compact. And the point about this one is that, in most instances, and in particular when one looks at the Growth and Development Summit Agreement, a large portion of the commitments that were there were commitments that government had made, and less so what the private sector that could do. And I'm not saying this in a manner to undermine the contribution and the role of the private sector. It was critical in this. They had given quite a bit of commitments in the post kind of, when the agreement was eventually signed. Agreement on a joint monitoring and framework to unblock, because this was one of the critical things, and the recognition. This was important. Contributions had to be recognized, for example. More recently, the Premier had recognized the role of both government and business in the global business service. Global business service is the fastest. This is the call centers where many young people are employed. Now we have now been ranked #1 globally as the best destination for global business services. We've always held 2nd or 3rd place. So in this year, we've been ranked #1, and we've outstripped India. We've outstripped many of the other Southeast Asian countries, Australia, US, and the UK. And this was quite important. Now, this was a commitment in the job summit. And this commitment required recognition of both the DTIC, government, and of course the business. The BPESA, which is the Global Business Services Association, in driving this particular area of growth and achieving phenomenally so over 3 years a position of being #1 in the world for the best global services destination. So it's quite important. That recognition was important. It comes out of the job summit. The structures was important, and we did a simple thing, right? So this is rather what we did when we started off for negotiations. We established a presidential working committee, and this was quite critical. It was chaired by the president. We had a joint technical committee. This was run by us as technocrats and DGs. And then we had these 5 areas which we thought was important for us at a national level to look at. But this was important to have this kind of hierarchy and structure that allows us to be able to deal with negotiations at a very micro level, cascaded into a technical team to be able to consolidate and see how cross-cutting this is, and reporting it to the Presidential Working Committee, but also the Presidential Working Committee led by the President, dealing with blockages and some of the interventions that is required. You know? Another key factor was capacity support for social partners. So we know that many social partners don't necessarily have the resources that government, for example, have at its disposal, including labor. In what we did, we set this out as an important priority. You know, we developed a research facility for social partners to conduct short research work within the time frame, particularly areas that could create a contribution to job creation. And in actual fact, this resulted in a colloquium where we had 55 think pieces brought by different social partners that could contribute to what they think could be an important content towards a job summit agreement. Many of those think pieces that were presented there, and it cut across different social parts, social stakeholders, found its way into the actual framework agreement that was eventually signed on the 4th and 5th of October. There was a secretariat support for managing the negotiations and putting in the time and effort from a NEDLAC point of view, including running the technical work coordinating committee and the working committees. We had facilitation team by the CCMA and government technical advisory services, GTAC, which is based in National Treasury, to support the working of communities. Facilitation is just not an easy thing to do. The skill of negotiating, simply just, it's quite critical that you needed to understand what is the objective when you come there, how you deal with it. And then, of course, the development and embedding of post-summit monitoring mechanisms. So capacity support is very important, and I would say to the KZN government that this is quite critical to consider. We did innovation and evidence, as I said. Evidence-driven job summit agreements is quite important. We can sometimes get some really, really nice things going from a political point of view. But what was important for us in this instance was to look at evidence and what are the kind of ideas that we can put into a job summit agreement that could build a better society, that could create the kind of interventions for employment, and that could see the kind of success on some of the interventions as we see right now. The Global Business Service is one of them. Some of the work that we are doing in the PMO and the launch of the National Pathway Management Network for Young People, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention is another one. And so, of course, we organize this thing in this particular way. We developed a very extensive monitoring framework, right? To maintain collaboration around improving outcomes, right? Spells out clear roles and responsibilities in the implementation of the job summit agreement. That's very, very critical. Develop interventions where we needed to unblock, where implementation challenges arises. Adjustments to change. So what was interesting is that if one took, for example, what had happened during COVID, we were able to adjust the interventions of the job summit that gave rise to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. And so, of course, these things had to, so you can't take it as static. You can't take it that these are the commitments and suddenly there's an economic crisis because there's a lockdown. And the lockdown is in response to the COVID pandemic that we needed to respond to it quite effectively. Implementation for capacity, very, very important. Adequate oversight and accountability, quite important, because many times we commit to things, but there's no accountability. Who holds you to your commitment? And so, of course, the design of the structure, the design in how you report, the monitoring framework and tools that we use held you to account to this day. So if you committed to something, you need to explain to us how you were able to do this and whether you require capacity or support from the structures in NEDLAC to be able to achieve many of them. So let me quickly go to, we had all issues around managing risk because there was quite a bit of that. And the agreement, and so what we had was a relatively good agreement in my view. Not because I was part of a negotiating process, but I think because there were quite a bit of independent views reflected on the agreement, Firstly, there are projects at enterprise level with more specific details and commitments by stakeholders. Establishment of funds to support companies and workers to grow. This was one of the things that came out of them. reforms to regulations and infrastructure networks, remuneration systems, education and training, and other systems in the long run were looked at. In total, there were 77 commitments in the framework agreement, with 43 related to specific projects, sectors, or funds, while the rest was on block broader systematic obstacles to job creation and growth. So we could measure and say how many agreements there were, Now, we even went further. The president said to us, so you've got this agreement. Tell me, what does it mean in terms of jobs? Can you quantify it? And it was very, very difficult, but we needed to, because otherwise it would not be worth the paper that we wrote. So what we did was a bit of quants. We put a bit of effort and time into this, got economists to be able to quantify this for us. And at that particular point in time, what was suggested was that we were able to get 275,000 jobs out of the first year, and the potential of doubling that from beyond that. There were also quite a number of additional multipliers in relation to that, and the details are in there. Sorry, I want to just go to closing up, right? So again, implementation, I'd spoken about that, and this is over here. And then my last slide, I thought it was important just to say to you, it would be really interesting to continually write that up, but we actually did some evaluation and assessment more recently on the job side. And this is thanks to Dugan Fraser, who has done this, and I borrowed quite a bit of this, but it's something that I've also written about, but the social compact initiatives should be encouraged to make extensive use of evidence. So we used evidence to inform our decision-making and the agreement that we had. It's very sophisticated and requires sets of skills. So bring in your skilled negotiators, bring people in that are committed, that are knowledgeable, that understands what it means to be able to facilitate issues. It's about representation and ensuring that mandates are carried through, but that it's not done in a narrow way, right? Critical and often unaddressed issues is negotiating social compact, unaddressed issues in negotiating is the question of mindset. So you have to come there with an open approach. And that's going to be quite important for you to be able to get a shared vision. What are the broad set of areas that we need to get? Facilitators and participants to negotiations is very, very important. We found it out that in actual fact, getting people to facilitate complex negotiations, lots of fights, help us. Planning and launching certainly was an important area, making it visible, making sure that people understand what is in the agreement, building relationships, strong political backing. And I think this is very, very important, that the premier of the province, in the way that the president of the country backed the social compact, was quite good. He met every single month, up until COVID, until COVID happened, every single month with social partners to get an update and a report. He held different social partners to account, intervene where it was required. So strong political backing is quite important. So there's quite a bit of role for the technocrats to be able to do that, but political backing is quite critical for us to do. Levels of accountability and a monitoring mechanism. We have quite an extensive mechanism that we put in there. And then, of course, just the generation of a broad sense of knowledge. So I just wanted to say in closing that I thought it would be useful to share these lessons. It's kind of micro lessons and probably should be written up in a kind of study that many people could learn in what made us very different in the Job Summit and built and the economic reconstruction and recovery plan that built on the Job Summit agreements. But I thought it would be important to share this as we move towards the kind of social compact that I think where we can learn from each other, lessons learned, and build on that so that it's genuine. We bring in different partners into our conversations. But the overall question is, how do we improve and change and develop a more inclusive economy, create employment, and see sustainable growth happening? Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudy Dix from the presidency, and thank you for your presentation, and we can really see through the presentation with your energy that you really believe and really want to make sure that the much needed jobs are created. I'm just going to highlight a few points from your presentation that you shared, that it's very important in terms of how we develop a social compact which is inclusive and gives growth and development to our country, and of course now we're more specifically talking to our province. The job summits, you shared with us the job summits and the lessons from the past and future job summit, and I'm just going to add a little pointer or a little maybe recommendation from my side is, of course, we've seen a lot of a few job summits that have taken place, but we really would like to see from the presidency a little bit more detailed communication and updates on the jobs created from the summit. Because what we see normally is there's a summit that has happened, there's all these commitments that are made by a lot of corporations, and some of them based here in KZN, but there's never really updates in terms of what has happened since those commitments were made. So if we can see that, a lot of that, it will really be highly appreciated. It was also very important for you to acknowledge the capacity challenges, which has really been a theme around today's summit, where we're really seeing, a challenge when it comes to capacity challenges of, capacity and implementation challenges, of, the social partners that we have today. Before I move to the next speaker, I would just like to make a few announcements. We are going to be left with 3 more speakers. So what we will not discuss now before lunch will be the plenary sessions, where all of our delegates would have the opportunity to ask questions and also communicate with the presenters that we had today. So we will move that to after lunch. And also, I would also like to make a special acknowledgement and thank you. I'm sure those delegates that are here with us today, you can see in front of you, we all have got sanitizers. These sanitizers were donated by a company called Chem Group, which is based in our city in Pinetown. It's one of the largest sanitizer manufacturers that we have in the country. So when you're talking buy local, those of you that are here, we do have a very big sanitizer manufacturer right here in Pinetown, and it would be great for you guys to support them in future. Our next speaker, if I can again please appeal to the speakers to please stick to your times or try to be as quick as possible, so that we will make sure that our program goes ahead, because we are really running behind time. The next speaker is the Acting Commissioner of the UIF, Ms. Marsha Bronkhorst, who's going to talk to us about UIF Labor Activation Plan. I believe she's also virtual. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Allow me to firstly acknowledge all the participants at this summit. I think if I use all the time that I have, I'll use it for acknowledging everyone individually, so allow me to do it in a group. I have submitted a presentation, and I'm sure the Secretariat will beam it shortly so that I can share what I have submitted to you. So if someone in the Secretariat can just beam the presentation, please. Thank you very much. So I've been requested to talk a little bit about the labor activation programs of the Unemployment Insurance Fund, which is a very important labor market, active labor market vehicle that we use at the fund. If we move to the next slide, I'm going to focus on the following items. Firstly, just a brief introduction and the background as to why we have got labor activation programs. I'm going to talk about one of the 4 parts of the labor activation programs, namely the training of the unemployed. And there I'm going to very specifically also refer to the projects that we've had in the recent past in KZN and projects that are still running in the province, to give you a sense of what we have delivered here for you in terms of labor activation programs. Then I'm going to talk about the Labor Activation Program Adjudication Committee. I'm going to talk about the Temporary Employer-Employee Relief Scheme, and it's not the COVID-19 TARS. This is a different TARS, and I will talk about that. And then lastly, talk about Business Process Reengineering Program, which is the issue of productivity. You'll recall that the Premier in his address said that our levels of productivity is very low. So I'm going to talk about that. So in 2010, the UIF took a decision to introduce active labor market interventions because we then saw that there were quite a number of job losses by our contributors, and that many of these contributors who lost their jobs had little or no hope of re-entering the labor market and being reintegrated into the world of work. So we started the labor market program on a very small scale in 2010. It has since then exploded in size, but I'll talk to that a little bit later. So the legislative mandate for the work of the Labor Activation Program, because we try to fund everything that we can, or found everything that we can on law, is Section 48 of the UIF Act of 2001, which says that the board may advise the Minister of Employment and Labour on policies for minimizing unemployment and the creations of schemes to alleviate the effects of unemployment. Section 18 of the UIF Act, which indicates, now, can we just go back? Thank you. That the Director General may refer beneficiaries for vocational training as a precondition to qualify for unemployment benefits. Now, this section of the Act, we're not at the moment applying strictly. We hope to change that going forward, but at the moment we're not applying it strictly because of the circumstances that we have. And then lastly, Section 5D of the Unemployment Insurance Amendment Act, that says the fund must be used for financing of the retention of contributors in employment and to do re-entry of them into the labor market. So can we look at the next slide now, please? The objectives of the Labor Activation Program, or LAP as we call it, are to enhance employability of the unemployed, enable entrepreneurship, and to preserve jobs. And we do it through the following 4 initiatives. Firstly is partnerships to implement job creation initiatives. Secondly, the training of the unemployed and the underemployed. Temporary employer relief scheme for distressed companies, the TARS I alluded to earlier, and then funding Productivity South Africa to implement business engineering processes or turnaround solutions for companies that are in distress. So let's focus a little bit on the training of the unemployed, because that is where the bulk of the spending goes to every year. Next slide, please. During 2019, 2020, and 2021, the UIF prioritized the funding of the labor activation programs, specifically that will create jobs, and specifically to facilitate the establishment of co-ops and SMMEs, because it is our view that that will ultimately stimulate the economy. We have also started a process to review and repurpose proposals for LAP funding, because we have also noted that they do not yield the necessary benefits in terms of jobs for the beneficiaries. So we have entered into correspondence with our entities who are already receiving funding programs. Can we just go back a moment, please? Thanks. We've requested them to commit to place or to find jobs for beneficiaries. What happened in the past that the beneficiaries would receive training, and then there would be no exit strategy, or that there would be no job waiting for them at the end of the training cycle. We can now move to the next one, please. We've also indicated our intention to terminate funding agreements where entities have not commenced implementation and they can't give us valid reasons. If I award in the UIF, if the UIF awards 200 million rands to an entity to do this training and they delay for a year or 2 years, it means it's money that could have been used somewhere else, and we would want them therefore to recover or cancel the contract and give it to an entity that can do the training for us. Entities also who received approval letters but who have not yet concluded the funding agreements will only be funded if they can demonstrate a commitment to employ the learners or the beneficiaries of the programs post the funding in the UIF. I would like us to focus now in the next few slides just in a summary fashion on the projects that were run or are currently active in the province. In the last 2 years, we have spent nearly 1 billion rand of the labor activation programs in the KZN province. And you will see in the coming slides the substantial number of young people and beneficiaries, not always young, but beneficiaries of the UIF who have received training. So there's a learnership program that was run by the Dr. J. L. Dube Institute to the value of 219 million, and 2,740 learners benefited from that specific project. I'm not going to go into the detail of that, it's available for you. If we go to the next slide, we have also had Enterprise Ilembe Economic Development Agency, where we spent just under 58 billion rand to benefit 1,000 young learners, and these are national certificates. So you can see that the project's completed and we're just waiting for the certification to happen. On the next slide, there is a further project of the same Economic Development Agency, and this is a learnership in terms of new venture creation where we have trained 100 young people. The next slide is an apprenticeship program which is being run at Majuba TVET College to the value of just under 9 million rand, 50 learners. And these are in skills which we feel are important for the economy of the province. And they are currently still continuing with their training. The next slide, Mlatuzi Water. This is a very big contract that we have awarded. At the moment, this contract has been terminated because of the service provider who has requested to withdraw from the project, and we have approved a new partner to take over to complete the project for 2,000 learners. The number of learners that we contracted for was 3,650 to the value of 155 million rand. Next one, please. Umfolozi TVET College. This is also skills programs, basic skills programs to assist people to do some form of income generation. And we have completed this phase 1 for this project to the value of 39 million rand. The next slide is the MICT CETA, where we have spent 154 million rand. It's on a co-funding basis with the CETA, and here 3,249 learners are undergoing learnership programs, as you can see, in technical support in ICT, business analysis, film and television production, broadcasting, engineering. And the last project that we have currently running in the KZN province is the one of South African Technology Network. This is an ICT project, plus other projects as well. And it's a fairly big project of 250 million rand. There are learners, 4,400 learners that will nationally be trained, but in KZN we have trained the numbers that you see, it's 147. So if we can continue to the next slide. as I said, R1 billion, just under R1 billion that we have spent in KZN on training of beneficiaries of the UIF. So the LAP National Adjudication Committee, we have found it important, we could move to the next slide, please, to have a committee to adjudicate on these job creation proposals. I think you will all understand in terms of good governance, it's never good to be the judge, the jury, the advocate, and also the policeman in your own case. So we have an adjudication committee with a totally independent chairperson, technical experts from other departments, as well as from the Department of Employment and Labour, to adjudicate on these proposals that we receive, to make sure that we are independent when we award the money, and that we cannot be seen as to be just awarding contracts for the sake of awarding contracts. So the next slide, you will see that the recommended projects are expected to provide commitment letters on job creation or the absorption of the LAP participants after completion. And then there is a link for anyone who would like to send a proposal. They can just send their proposal to that link that you see at the bottom of the slide. Can we move to the next slide, slide 22, so that we just talk about the temporary employer-employee relief scheme. This is previously was named the training layoff scheme, and it was conceived by the Presidential Economic Joint Working Group. So, and ultimately adopted by NETLAC. And this was as a response to the 2008 international crisis, where we said that we had to develop strategies to cushion the economy that we had then in terms of the numbers of job losses. We have a single adjudication committee with productivities from with officials, from Productivity South Africa, and the rest of the departments that you see there, and it's chaired by the CCMA. And it's intended to provide support to distressed companies that seek to retain their employees. We pay them, on the next slide, you'll see the funds 75% of the employee's basic salary for a maximum period of 12 months. However, in the 21-22 financial year, this will be decreased to 6 months due to the budget constraints that the fund is currently experiencing. I am sure you heard Mr. Parks mentioning that we've already spent 60 billion rand on the COVID TERS scheme, and we are also responsible still for paying all the statutory benefits that our contributors can claim for the fund. So a condition to benefit from TERS is that the distressed company must conclude agreements with its workers not to undertake retrenchments, that the company will pay the social security contributions. And all companies that are applying for assistance will be referred to Productivity South Africa for assistance with their business sustainability and to assist them to be productive going forward. Next, thank you. So since the inception of TERS, we have approved 106 distressed companies, saved 19,000 jobs, and it cost 525 million rand. You can see it's a fairly expensive project that we run, but every job saved is worth that. In the 2021 financial year, the UIF concluded funding agreements with 18 companies for the benefit of 3,400 workers. And we have approved and committed so far 155 million rand to assist distressed companies. If we move on to the business process re-engineering, as you formerly knew it, or you knew it formerly as turnaround solutions, we fund Productivity South Africa to implement the business process re-engineering program, and it's intended to assist distressed companies to turn around their businesses to avoid retrenchments. And that is why it's so important that if a company applies for the TERS benefit, in terms of us assisting them with salary subsidy, we request Productivity South Africa to assist the company. We concluded a funding agreement from TERS to the value of 104 million rand to assist Productivity South Africa to run this, roll this out in the economy. So according to the implementation plan, they will provide technical support to 174 companies facing the economic distress in the following period. Chairperson, and then as I said earlier, all companies in future will be referred. I thank you for your attention, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marsha Brankhorst, for that very informative presentation. If I can ask, okay, the echo is gone. Thank you very much. Just to summarize some of the key things that you've mentioned, of course, talking about the training of the unemployed program and also sharing with us the KZN projects. And from a business point of view, I mean, we see this as such a great opportunity as well for our SMMEs to also look at training and supporting some of these great programs that you have. We do have here in our midst a lot of chambers of commerce from KwaZulu-Natal under the umbrella of the KwaZulu-Natal Business Chambers. We would like to also invite you to come and speak to some of our members to share with them this similar presentation, which will then help them realize some of the opportunities and possible benefits that they can get, such as the temporary employer relief scheme.
Thank you so much, Program Director, Ms. Balesa Pili. It's really an honor to be invited to participate in this session. I joined mid-morning, so I've listened to quite a lot of the sessions that have come before me, and it's been quite informative. I'd also like to acknowledge the Honorable Premier Zikalala MEC Pillay. In the interest of time, I'll associate myself with all the protocols that have been observed by my sister, MEC Dube Ngube, and go straight into the presentation. Now, the one presentation I did miss was on the economic update that began today. But I'm sure that you would have covered most of the key economic indicators that we're facing as a country. I think the one that one always has to emphasize is unemployment. If one thinks about the pandemic, we went into it with a very high rate of unemployment. Nonetheless, we had people, 16.3 million people who were employed in the first quarter of 2020. And at the height of the pandemic, we had lost 2 million jobs. We've only recovered 1 million thus far. And so the challenge is to recover all the jobs that we've lost, but more importantly, to increase employment at scale, to start tackling the historical unemployment that we've had to deal with. Now, in my slides, which I believe will be shared with you, I identify, the problematic economic indicators, but I also point to the solutions that have been proposed in terms of policy. Of course, the overarching one coming out of or still in the disaster that we're in is the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan that was announced by President Ramaphosa last October. We also have the employment stimulus initiatives, the youth employment initiatives that are being run out of the PMO that is run by Rudy Dix, who spoke earlier. So we have a clear focus on employment and tackling it directly, but we also have the economic recovery and reconstruction plan, which then talks. Now, on this slide, the one thing I'd like to highlight is on fixed investment. In that, predictably, in 2020, we saw investment plunge by 17.5%. This is a very stark figure, and it threatens to reverse some of the gains that we had made in the investment mobilization drive, where we have raised over 760 billion in new private sector investment. But of course, some of those investments will come under pressure, and we have to have concerted effort to ensure that we don't lose projects, and we try and support the private sector as much as possible in realizing those commitments. I won't go into too much detail on government finances. I think there's a general appreciation that they have been under pressure. We now have a historic budget deficit in the past financial year, minus 14%. We expect it to go down to minus 9.3% this year, but this is still very high. Our government debt is now close to 4 trillion. I wish it was 4 billion, 4 trillion, and it's headed towards 5.3 trillion by 23-24. So it's headed towards 100% of GDP if we're not careful. But of course, the budget tries to work out a path where our debt will come to about 87.3% of GDP by 23-24, but this is still very high. Now, the question is not necessarily about dwelling on these metrics, but they are important contextual factor that we have to think about as we think about growth. They tell us that we have to use the resources that we do have very efficiently. We have to eliminate wastage. Comrade Matthew talked a lot about corruption. We have to ensure that every cent that we have and the significant debt that we're incurring goes into productive investment. It also means that we have to unleash the economy through all the other levers that we do have, because it's not only about fiscal resources, it's also about how we regulate. It's also about how efficient our bureaucracy is. It's also about the sectors that we unlock. I heard Premier Zikalala talk about 15 economic sectors. You'll find that in most of them, it's about giving people, assurances in terms of license applications on time, resolving constraints, dealing with economic sabotage. None of this requires additional resources per se, but we can work with what we have to unleash that economic growth and development. As I've just mentioned, investment was promising in recent years. You'll see towards the end of that chart, but of course, 2020 happened. And so we expect investment to recover as lockdowns are eased, as vaccination takes pace, as consumption spending comes back, production will normalize across the globe. But we have to think about what kind of investment we want going forward, because we don't want the investment that reinforces problematic patterns in our economy. For instance, if we think about the sectors that we have currently that drive investment, you'll see that transport and storage is the top sector in terms of their share in total fixed investments. This is nationally. Followed by business services, electricity. Of course, these are very, very important sectors. You can't have an economy functioning without investment, fixed investment in electricity or in transport. These are the backbones of economic activity. But I'd also like to say we have to cast our eyes towards structural transformation of the economy. And there are three propositions I want to put forward in terms of what we do when we attract investment and what we should be looking for. First is the obvious. We have to increase the rate of investment that we have dramatically in terms of fixed investment. If one thinks about the president's target of 1.2 trillion in new investment that he had aimed for, announced in 2018, that would imply at least an extra 240 billion of investment every year. So that is a significant change. We haven't seen that so far in terms of total investment in the first years of the economic recovery, investment mobilization drive. And so that's the number one task. If we think about the past 4 years, the average investment in the economy has been about 867 billion. So in other words, the investment mobilization drive has to add 240 billion on top of that existing 867 billion. So this is real concerted effort in terms of new mobilization. At the same time, we do have to think about the spatial diversity of that investment. So my second proposition is that we're not only driving scale and getting as much as we can, but also ensuring that it's as diverse as it can be in terms of the provincial diversity, but also even within provinces, directing more towards the township and the rural economy. I mean, for example, you find even in a province like Gauteng, you think it does extremely well in terms of investment, but you go to the margins of our province here, and you see that in areas like Hammanskraal, for instance, a lot more work needs to be done. And I'm sure a similar dynamic exists in KZN. You're in the top 3 in terms of the size of the economy, but if one drills down into where the investment flows are going, it will be quite rare that they're outside the big centers. In fact, it's usually natural resource and mining investment that would go to, well, where the resources are, whereas all other investment would be agglomerated in key sectors. That agglomeration is important. You want to have nodes of economic activity where, you know, it can be reinforcing and you create critical mass. But at the same time, you're not going to achieve your provincial goals if there isn't spatial diversity. And I was looking at the KZN Growth and Development Strategy last night, and I could see that spatial diversity and spatial equity is something that you are serious about. And then the third proposition about investment, if you look at these sectors, if you look at where agriculture, forestry, and fishing is at, that's only 2.8% of fixed investment. If you look at investment in mining, only 1.9% of coal, 1.3% of gold and uranium, 0.8% basic ferrous metals. It doesn't really talk to the comparative advantages and the endowments that we do have. We've lost ground in attracting investments that go to those areas that are not in the center, but also investment that attracts labor-intensive activity. So if you think about agro-processing, you'd have a lot of fixed investment, yes, but if you think about the labor that investment draws, it is much more of a multiplier than in other sectors. So we do have to think about how we bend the path of investment towards those sectors like agro-processing, food, mining, exploration, that will draw in local communities, but would also drive labor intensity. I've spoken about where we are in terms of the investment mobilization drive, so I won't go into this slide in much detail, except to say that, of course, we often hear people saying, yes, you talk about the investments that have been raised, but is the money actually flowing? And this is a very important question because we don't want a situation where investors make pledges and they don't make good on what they promise. Now, what is within our control when it comes to private sector investments? What we can do and what we need to avoid is the narrative where they come back and say, well, we made pledges, but they were not converted into real investment because there wasn't water supply in an industrial park, or the exemptions to import certain things did not come on time, or we're having problems with visas. So a lot of the work that we've been trying to do with Operation Vulindlela is to just support the efficiencies within the economy broadly, both for domestic and international investors, so that there isn't that argument that government you're getting in the way. If investment is not happening, it should be clear that, okay, there's a problem. Private sector, you're not coming to the party, but it's not because of those blockages. Having said that, one must also say that in terms of the investment pledges that had been made, at least a third, 247 billion to date, has actually translated into concrete flows into fixed investments. So we're encouraged by that, but of course we also need to make sure that that 2/3 also comes to the fore. Now, I zoomed a bit on private sector investment, but just then talking about the economic reconstruction plan more broadly, because of course it involves many other elements beyond just fixed investment. There are 8 real key elements of that plan. And I think within these elements, as I mentioned earlier, it's not so much about government spending money to make all of this happen, but us using the policy levers that we have to ensure that there's enough room for the economy to flourish. So infrastructure investment is a big part of this. As has been mentioned, Dr. Ramokgopa in the presidency drives Infrastructure SA. And there it's really a partnership between government and the private sector to draw in as much investment into infrastructure as possible. When we talk broadly about investment, of course, business wants to invest in machinery, they want to invest in R&D, all of that. But here the focus is also on infrastructure investment, the stuff that keeps things moving in the economy, and ensuring that we are able to draw private sector funds for investment that is for the public good. It's obviously got economic returns, but in most instances, it will also be in line with the public, or actually it has to be in line with the public good to be considered within the infrastructure as a methodology. Then we have a focus on energy security. And there, of course, we know the challenges that we've had, both in terms of ensuring that we stabilize the SOE in this sector, but also thinking about energy policy in general, about what it's going to look like and what is the future of energy markets and how we position ourselves in that. Then there's the presidential employment stimulus that Comrade Rudy has been working on, where over, by last count, I think close to 700,000 opportunities were created as a short-term measure to ensure that the effects of the pandemic don't translate into people losing their livelihoods with no stopgap. We can wait for the private sector to, reignite and come back to contribute to economic growth. But in the short term, government has to create those opportunities as a measure to ensure that people remain engaged and are able to have livelihoods. Then strategic localization, industrialization, and export promotion. I think here we're talking about not only improving the productive base of our economy, but doing so in a way that increases productivity, drives us towards more higher value activities, and we do so with an eye towards the continental market. Because it's one thing to produce just for ourselves, and we still have a lot to do in actually producing just for ourselves and localizing, but also embedding ourselves into a continental market. So it means that in terms of how we think about the African continent, they've got to see us as a partner. So we can talk about localization, but we also have to open ourselves to the rest of the continent in as much as we expect to be able to sell our products into our neighbors' economies. Then the other pillars, tourism, recovery and growth. I mean, I don't need to go into detail about this. We all have seen how this sector has suffered, but in the long, we have to look towards the long term. We have to recover. We're going to think about smart ways of travel, smart ways to limit the impact of the pandemic, and even beyond that, and the tourism sector has to be supported through that. The green economy, I mean, if we think about some of the investments that government has made here, the president often talks about the hydrogen economy. You know, 10 years ago, before hydrogen became such a buzzword, you know, the Department of Science and Innovation and other partners, CSIR, we're developing fuel cells. We're thinking about how to beneficiate platinum into the hydrogen value chain. We're thinking about how to localize components for those fuel cells. And now it's come to fruition. We just at that step where we need to bring it up to scale, bring commercial partners, and have a viable hydrogen economy, particularly green hydrogen. And so here we see how government has actually been able to be an entrepreneurial state that moves ahead of markets. And now, you know, here we are, the green economy has come to the fore. There are other initiatives, of course, within the green economy, renewable energy, the waste economy. All of those represent opportunities, not only to draw in the domestic private sector and domestic production, but to tap into emerging sources of finance. You'll see that in global financial markets, climate finance has attracted a lot of attention. That's where a lot of fund managers are going towards, and we can present them with an array of interesting projects that talk to climate adaptation and mitigation. Food security, of course, very important during the pandemic. Indeed, if you look at our sectors, in 2020, agriculture was the only sector that actually grew. It doesn't mean we have food security though. So we also have to, within the food security planner, you'll see that there's a way to support agriculture, agro-processing, big business, but also to support cooperatives, local communities to achieve food security. And then last but not least, in terms of the 8 pillars, gender equality and economic inclusion. Not long ago, the president launched the GBVF Fund, which takes a holistic approach towards dealing with the scourge of violence against women, to also look about how we drive economic transformation and inclusion that gives women some economic self-determination. So we'll find that gender equality, of course, runs throughout the reconstruction plan, and also talks to government bending its procurement towards supporting women. Of course, there are various enablers that are, would be obvious to most people in the room that are important to achieve those pillars of the plan. Now, I won't go to detail with the next slides, but in the next slides, we just show a bit of the progress that we've had under the different elements of the plan. So on infrastructure, just this month, there was a Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission meeting. And at that meeting, there was an update on the pipeline of infrastructure projects. These are, state-shaped infrastructure projects. And there's a robust network, a robust pipeline of investments, mostly in network industries, but also in other parts of infrastructure. On energy security, there's been a flurry of activity here in terms of raising the threshold for for embedded generation. Emergency procurement bids have been announced, the winners have been announced. The work at ESCOM continues, and of course, the implementation of the IRP, the Integrated Resource Plan, guides all of these activities. We talk about, I heard an interesting term today, radical speed. And as much as we've done some things on energy security, I think this is an area where we're actually going to require radical speed and to do much more on this front. On strategic localization, industrialization, and export promotion, you'd have seen the DTIC constantly report on the various master plans that they've developed in sugar, automotive, poultry, retail, but there are others that are in the pipeline where it's around, unlocking those sectors and ensuring that all the players, they also function like social compacts. Industry, labor, government, civil society come together in those sector master plans to craft a way forward, both to rescue sectors that are under pressure, but also to develop new sectors like renewable energy, like the digital economy. Cannabis is on the horizon. On public employment programs, I think this is a bit outdated, but at least by the end of January 2021, over 430,000 jobs of varying duration have been supported. We can go through this, but once again, this just gives us a snapshot of what has happened in the 6 months that we've had this economic reconstruction plan. Now, a big part of it, of course, is a capable state to drive reconstruction and recovery. And you'll see that we're revitalizing some mechanisms, particularly at the center, to help the center of government to drive those reforms. So the infrastructure office, for instance, most of you would have had a lot of interaction with that office, and you'd have seen its work across the various provinces as it drives infrastructure development. Similarly, with the project management office in the presidency, a lot of work to ensure that initiatives like mass public employment, like Operation Vulindlela, have the coordination and are also championed effectively from the center of government. There are others. DPME, of course, still plays an important role as the backbone of reporting government's 5-year plans. We also have the National Economic Recovery Council, which is ministers in the economics cluster, where the key focus is on the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, and supported by structures like the Presidential Economic Advisory Council. Now, I think I will conclude here just to say that, if we do everything that's in the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, we're hoping that we can raise growth sustainably to be over 3% over the next 10 years. But it comes with a big disclaimer. We've seen how in the past we've come with plans, we don't achieve scale, the effort is fragmented, and then we don't reach that. But our models are telling us that at the very least, we should have growth over 3% over a sustained period. Many economists are predicting that we will get over 3% in 2021. But if you look at forecasts for 2022, 2023, 2024, almost all analysts revert back to growth of 2.2%, 2%, and then it tapers off. So it really is a great responsibility on us to ensure that we don't have that experience where we have an uplift, which will be an uplift across the world anyway, and then we don't sustain that uplift. We saw that after the Great Recession, where South Africa grew robustly, the world grew robustly, but then South Africa started going down, and other emerging markets, the Indonesias, the Turkeys, the Perus of this world took off. So we need to now think that we are going to be that success story post this crisis, and we're going to deliver, all those reforms, all those 8 pillars of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, have in them all the elements that we need, both in terms of identifying new opportunities, but also protecting the jobs that we do have currently. But it does require a lot of coordination. You know, a lot of these issues often come up in PCC meetings, for instance, where we try to have a synergy between the provincial plans, the local plans, and also and how they relate to the bigger national plan. I've also been encouraged to see that in the program, there is a discussion, or there was a discussion on the district development model, because I think it's at the district where all of this has to come together into a coherent and a well-articulated plan for action, so that citizens don't have to worry, is this about economic reconstruction, is this infrastructure, is it that? Citizens interface with a government that is coherent, that is united, and that makes it easier for them, either as households or as business, to pursue their lives and to carry on without having to worry about constant challenges and having to constantly look over their shoulders. So thank you very much. I hope that we are able to realize our growth plans, but indeed we can't be complacent, because we have seen how this movie can play out, and we need to ensure that this time we are at the table and we deliver robust growth, and we deliver the jobs that are desperately needed in the economy. So with that, thank you very much, Palesa.
Not the unemployment pandemic, what the pandemic has done to the jobs, the fact that we lost 2 million jobs from the pandemic, and we're only able to recover 1 million. Also, I think a very clear message that has come across consistently across all of the most of the presenters is that we really need to eliminate wastage due to corruption. And also another very important message is, focusing on unlocking investment opportunities with basic immediate actions which don't need capital, such as looking at licenses. Other ones is just approvals, building approvals or electricity approvals, to make sure that the investment goes on. And thank you very much as well for sharing the structural economic transformation update. That also an update as well that to date the pledged investments that came from the investment summit of the president were sitting at 247 billion rand, which is actually not bad given where we're coming from, especially last year. And also, thank you for sharing the economic recovery and reconstruction plan, which focuses on infrastructure investment, and also highlighting other key important areas such as export promotion, food security, tourism, the green economy, and also sharing with us the presidential employment stimulus plan. Thank you very much to all the presenters that we had this morning. There is a slight change in announcement that I'd like to make. I had said that the plenary session will move into the afternoon, and we were supposed to have had Mr. Pepi Silinga, who is the Chief Executive of Transnet Port Authority. He's actually here, sitting here with us. This is a very important presentation, because I think all of us sitting here are very keen to know and understand what is happening with our ports, what are the plans. We heard the Premier and the MEC earlier on spoke about when the President was here, the big plans and investment plans that Transnet has. We have the Chief Executive here. and we just think that it will not do justice for him if we go ahead right now and let him present. While I know that he would have been the last speaker between yourselves and your lunch. So we will take a 30-minute lunch break, and we request that you're all back here. I don't have my watch now. Can somebody please share with me exactly what time? 2:40. Okay, thank you very much. That exactly at 2:40, we're back here to come and listen to the Transnet plans. And also for the other small businesses and everybody here, it would be good to hear, possible opportunities, that can come from this infrastructure plans that Transnet has. Having said that, I would like to thank all of you for being such a great audience. Unfortunately, I will have to leave just now. I believe the MEC will be taking over from myself in terms of being program director for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much, and thank you for being such an awesome audience.
Okay, can I make an appeal for us to take our seats? We want to get this program completed. Business-like implementation is the name of the game now, not I think all the presentations were talking about a new level of energy and implementation to time frames. So we have to set this tone. Okay, let's reconvene then after the lunch break. We have 2 items to deal with before we break for the work streams. We'll deal with that at that point. Sorry, we also have, 2 items. The next presentation is going to be that on Transnet, and I think it's a very topical matter, so I'm sure it will invite much interest from those who are here in the physical session and for those who may still be on the virtual session. So I'll invite Mr. Shaw. The presentation will be done in 2 parts, but between Mr. Shaw and Mr. Silinga, they will try to keep within the time limits. But I'm going to give them a little bit of flexibility because, firstly, it's after lunch, so the stomachs are not worrying us. And I'm sure that this subject matter is going to be interesting enough to keep our attention, and it's not going to be a traditional graveyard session. While Mr. Shaw is coming up, let me just say that when we started engaging very vigorously earlier this year, it was let me just call it an energetic engagement, Silinga, the first engagements earlier this year because of what was reported in the media about certain decisions to move certain things to certain places. But that's not the subject matter of this presentation, although I'm not closing any question in this discussion time. But as a result of that, we have had, as I say, very serious, multiple engagements, different stakeholders. Even the president came down. The media described it as an oversight visit, as if it was just an ordinary visit by the president, but it wasn't. It was a response to some very specific and energetic representations made by the province for the president to make his presence felt on this particular matter. But I think you'll find it, as I say, an interesting and inspiring presentation. And I think, like everything else, it will be about holding ourselves accountable to the timelines. But let me not try and preempt the presentation. Let me invite Mr. Shaw to give us the first leg of the presentation, and then Pepe Silinga will come in for the second part. As I said, if you'll just try to manage within the time frames that we've indicated. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Shaw. That's Andrew Shaw.
Thank you very much, MEC Pillay. It's a great honor for us to be here, by the way, this morning, or this afternoon, should I say. What I would like to share with you this morning or this afternoon is an overview of the transit plans for the Port of Durban. And we see these as really quite far-reaching with substantial impact on both the provincial and the economy of South Africa. If I could go to the first slide, we have a short video which I hope is going to work. What it will do is it will provide some insights as to just the extent of the Port of Durban and the degree of activity in the port, as well as the kinds of traffic that we handle as Transnet within the Port of Durban. So I think I've got to go to the next slide here. I'm not sure if I can play the video. There it goes.
Welcome to the Port of Durban, South Africa's busiest port. This footage, filmed on 18 February 2021, shows the current status of our port. We hope it will enable you to get a clear picture of the port layout and where commodities are currently handled in each of our 5 precincts. It will provide context and perspective on our future plans, designed to improve and deliver the container and automotive capacity required to transform the Port of Durban into a globally competitive hub to meet market demand. Our flyover starts at the entrance channel. Our first precinct, Point and Recreation Precinct, has a break bulk terminal, a multi-purpose terminal, an automotive terminal, and a cruise terminal. To the west lies the Maiden Wharf Precinct, which is home to a total of 26 terminals handling dry bulk, liquid bulk in the form of high flash oil, multi-purpose and break bulk commodities. Next, we have Bayhead, where we have the Ship Repair Precinct, including Workshop 24 and the Dry Dock, as well as various other container depots, engineering services, and cold storage facilities. Further along Bayhead Road is the Container Precinct, where Durban Container Terminal, the largest container terminal in Southern Africa, which operates 2 terminals, Pier 2 and Pier 1. Adjacent lies Salisbury Island, where the South African Naval Base is currently located. Opposite the Naval Base is the Liquid Bulk Precinct, where petrol, chemicals, vegetable oils and lubricants are handled, as well as dry bulk. TNPA operates in a dynamic environment where we are constantly looking ahead, planning for the future of the city, the region, and the country. From our bird's eye view, some of the existing facilities to create more land by filling in some areas within the harbour. Thank you for your attention. We hope this quick flyover will make it easier to visualize our port development framework plans.
As the MEC indicated, I will be sharing the platform with Pepe Silinga, who's the CEO of Transnet National Ports Authority, and Pepe will take you into some of the detail. But what I wanted to share with you from my own perspective, being responsible for strategy and planning, is just the vision for the Port of Durban. As Transnet, we identify the Port of Durban potentially as a hub port, not just for South Africa, but for the whole Indian Ocean basin, which is that area from southern part of Africa all the way through through East Africa, Middle East, right around Oceania, etc. And the reason why we preeminently placed to provide economies of scale and a maritime trading port in this region is the size of our economy is substantial. We have the gravity of demand, which can really reposition this port in the region. We've largely been overtaken by other ports in Africa and in the region, and we don't really play any hub port. We don't really have any hub port status at the present moment. We tend to handle vessels that are in about 8,000 to 10,000 TEU, and when I say a TEU, I'm talking about a container. That's one of those boxes you will often see on the back of a large truck. And that there's an opportunity for us to be able to move up the scale. So if you look on the slide, what you will see in about the mid-range is the 10,000 TEU vessels that generally provide feeder services in the southern part of Africa and in the Indian Ocean basin. And we want to shift across to being able to accommodate vessels in the 10,000 TEU range. Now, just to give you a kind of picture of the scale of that, the vessel that was stuck in the Suez Canal was a 20,000 TEU vessel. It plies the route from China to Europe, and that route is about, in distance terms, is about double the length of the route from China to South Africa. Yet it costs roughly the same to move a container from China to Europe as it does to move it to South Africa. So there's something wrong with that economics. And the reality is, as you shift to being able to accommodate larger vessels with larger package sizes, parcel sizes, which we term the number of containers that are evacuated from a ship, the economies of scale of moving each of those boxes begins to decline. So by repositioning the Port of Durban, we estimate through some quite detailed analysis that we can reduce the unit cost of moving a container in the region of 30%. Now, what that does is it repositions South Africa as a trading destination. The points that Trudy raised previously about our opportunity to reindustrialize and to reposition for exports, are really very dramatically facilitated by repositioning the Port of Durban. How do we do that? Well, we have to do that by serving three key requirements. The first one is we have to be able to physically accommodate that 15,000 TEU vessel. And Pepe will talk to you about our plans to do that. But we need to create deeper drafts at the entrance channel. So we need to go down to around 16 meters. We need to accommodate much larger container terminal space within the port. We have an envisaged plan of moving from 2.9 million TEUs, which we currently facilitate, up to as much as 11 million TEUs. And the proposition that we're putting on the table is something that has been applied in many other countries around the world. Probably the example that you and I have seen elsewhere that is most well known is the Port of Singapore. In the Port of Singapore in the 1950s, it was essentially a fishing harbor. And what Singapore did is it repositioned that port as a trading hub for Southeast Asia. And even with the economy of China being slightly north of Singapore and beginning to dominate economic trade in that region, Singapore has still held its predominance as the trading port of choice for most of the shipping lines. If we are able to reposition the Port of Durban in the same way, we actually recreate the opportunity for a much greater connection point from South Africa into global destinations for export and import. So getting back to the three levers for change, the first being the physical, is to accommodate larger vessel sizes, larger terminal space. We have to be able to increase the draft. We need to be able to accommodate bigger vessels. We also need to be able to accommodate more traffic in containers moving from the Port of Durban into Gauteng and to the outskirts of the eThekwini region. So we have a rail plan that aligns to the port plan. We'll only share you, because of time, the port plan this morning, but this is part of a bigger journey around repositioning the whole transport infrastructure for South Africa, particularly around our very substantial growth in container trade. The second area that we need to reposition the port around is its performance. The performance of the Port of Durban was the reason that the President came for the visit, if you recall, MEC. And Transnet has been working very hard on trying to improve performance, but there is still some way to go. And so our focus is to improve the ability of the terminals to move containers faster, to turn the ships around faster, and so to make us much more attractive as a destination. In doing that, we hope to create partnerships with the private sector in such a way that they bring us capability in this area. They create international linkages because of their dominance in the international market, but they also bring us investment, so that is critical. And then the third area is to be competitive in respect of tariff. Now, for those of you in the port space, there is a ports regulator that regulates the tariff in South Africa, so we really have everything in place to become a tariff provider that is competitive in this space. If we look at the southern point of Africa, where we position the Port of Durban, and you look on the left-hand side, you will see that the dotted line at the bottom, the black dotted line, indicates our trajectory if we largely just respond to market demand. In other words, we don't change the port in any fundamental way. We begin to see port growth. It's normally about 1.5% higher than GDP growth. So based on the presentation from the presidency, that would be about 3%, it would be about 4.5% growth in containers. What we see the opportunity to do is, by positioning Durban as a hub port for larger vessels, is it becomes the point at which you trade with the other big global ports around the world. And what you do in that way is you attract a lot of containers that are transshipped to other destinations through a feeder system. So you create a hub and spoke system for the Port of Durban, which we don't currently have. In fact, the reality is much of the containers for this region are hubbed either through the Middle East or through Mauritius. And what we see is an opportunity to act in the interest of hubbing into Southern Africa. So that's the first line, the SADC line, or into South Africa. The second line is the SADC line. And also to be able to facilitate interface with other global trade. So one of the areas of global trade that has grown significantly is that exports from China to Latin America in the last 10 years have increased by 1,000-fold, 1,000%. All that trade goes past the lowest point of Africa, but it never comes to our shores. The opportunity around hubbing is it creates an opportunity for the global shipping lines to use this as an interchange point for traffic for a much larger region than just Africa and Southern Africa. So we really hope to position the Port of Durban in this way, to behave much more like a global hub port with the likes of Singapore, Rotterdam, North Beach, Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia is another really good example. So if I could hand over at this point to Pepe to take us through some of the detail, and thank you again, MEC, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shaw. I'm Honorable MEC, Honorable HODs, distinguished guests. Again, my name is Pepe. I'm left with 15 minutes, and I'm going to try and keep to that. Some other slides will probably show them when there's question time, Honorable MEC, if you would permit. And I'm going to skip quite a few. And this particular slide really reflects the declining relative competitiveness with the rest of the other parts of the continent in particular. And you can see Egypt and Morocco there. And of particular interest is to note we are at 2.9 TEUs, and look at Morocco at 9 million TEUs, and look at Egypt. And if you look at the draft, you'd see we're sitting at 12.2 and they're sitting at 16.5 and 18 meters. And I think the instructive point is if you go back in time 10 years or so ago, Durban was a place to be. It was number one. So over this particular period of time, there's been an erosion of competitive advantage. And really, part of what has actually resulted in this is this theory that is dominant in the country about the fact that you need to demonstrate demand before you can actually create infrastructure. And that is heavily contested. And you can go anywhere in the world, you'll see that those countries that adopt a posture of a developmental state and create infrastructure as a necessary condition, accepting that it's not a sufficient condition, but without it, you don't even get to be considered as a player in this particular field. And really, this is the footprint as it actually stands at the moment. So we're sitting at about 2.7 in actuality. The capacity itself is about 2.9. And I'm going to skip to what we are now proposing. Effectively, the old proposition was that we would also do the dig-out port, which would have given you just about 4.8 million TEUs, and the existing Durban port footprint would give you just about 5.5, the total of which would give you about 10.3. The idea is that we exploit the existing footprint to the full capacity and allow the DDOP in the short term to serve other purposes, in the long term to allow you to move from 11.3 million TEUs to 16.1 TEUs. And this would be the footprint. And just to indicate, so that's the approach channel, and this is where the deepening would also take place, and broadening a little bit so that bigger vessels can actually come in. And this is where there's a container terminal, which is also going to be expanded quite significantly. And this is where there's a car terminal, which would also be expanded from about 520,000 units to about 880. This is the maiden wharf. This also would be converted into a terminal, And this particular footprint, you'd recall that there's a bit of a gap in there. It will be filled up completely. There is a naval base that is there. The proposition is that, and we are currently in discussions, that all things ships sailing in the same direction, they would agree to actually relocate to that particular area. In that particular area, we've got a dry bulk that actually exports manganese at the moment, and we're having discussions with that being relocated to Richards Bay. And in this particular cluster, you can see where the old existing line is. We would actually cut back to actually increase that particular channel, locate a turning circle there so that the vessels can actually come in, and you would have to cut back, which would require relocation of the particular tank farms over there. And effectively, this would just be giving you how it actually looks like, and that's where the existing port building is actually located. We would basically blow it up, and we would then focus on doing a car terminal in there, increasing to about 880. And I'm just going to move a little bit faster. That's the Maiden Wharf precinct, and that's the Pier 1 precinct, which would allow us to actually scale up. Of course, from a packaging point of view, the idea is that you wouldn't want to erode the existing capacity in the process of actually trying to create additional capacity, because in the meantime, you might lose quite a lot of competitiveness. So the scheduling of the work is going to have to be such that between the dredging of the various areas and the construction of the new work, that you actually schedule that in an optimal fashion. And I'm just going to skip through, and that's the petrochemical cluster that we're talking about, that we would actually relocate that petrochemical cluster, a significant portion of it, to Richards Bay, as well as that dry bulk, so that we can relocate the South African Navy. We can relocate it to that particular place. So one of the advantages of this particular proposal is that you would not just impact positively on the Durban precinct, but you would actually impact positively on the Richards Bay precinct. Without upgrading, or rather relocating the infrastructure to Richards Bay, you would not be able to actually reposition Durban to the scale and at the speed at which we actually want to do. Because if you are able to relocate those, you don't have to be, if you like, doing what I would call an infill type of a development. And we're just going to skip quite a bit. From a logistics point of view, you would be aware that Durban does experience quite a bit of congestion. So the number of precincts that would have to be integrated so that you have what I would call a logistics integrated platform. And one of those is a piece of land which is called Ambrose Park, which would also be used for decongestion, but also, as we spoke about earlier on about the DDOP, that it would also be used for decongestion, for stacking of particular areas, to the extent that it's also close to the auto component park, or the automotive park there in the form of Toyota. We would also be seeking to attract your auto component suppliers so that you can create a consolidated park, similarly to what you have in the Tshwane SEZ, which is the new SEZ, or in the one in Pretoria. That's where BMW and other companies are located, or in East London, where you've got Mercedes-Benz, or in Muga, where you've got FAW, you've got Bike, Isuzu, and VW. The idea is that you create economies of scale, but develop a cluster so that you make sure that Toyota retains its competitive advantage amongst the other OEMs that are exporting. And that's a corridor. This particular corridor would actually be going towards the Cato Ridge. The idea is that when logistics have to work very well, you don't want to have trucks that are coming to the port well in advance of time. In some instances, I'm advised that some of the trucks would stay within the Durban precinct for up to 2 weeks, during which time they park anyway, and that creates a problem. So the idea is that you create truck staging areas both from a road point of view, but as well as from a rail point of view, outside of your particular precinct. And they are only called when you are actually ready to actually give them the cargo, and you immediately evacuate them, so that you have a very efficient and affluent system that flows through the particular ecosystem. And these would be some of the linkages, as you can see, to the DDOP area. This land was already purchased, give or take about 1.8 billion rands, and we're seeking to put it to good use in a manner that enhances the brownfields development that we're actually talking about. We're looking at a similar concept that would be linking to the King Shaka Airport as well. So you would have one that goes along the N3, which is, N2, which is going towards Pietermaritzburg at Cato Ridge, the other one that goes south, and the other one that actually goes north, so that you protect the efficiency and the fluency within the node, which will be the Durban port. And in terms of a time frame, well, firstly, there is a program that has been running, as indicated, that there were some serious congestions, and that received the attention of the province, and that occasioned specific and focused interventions so as to resolve the problems in the short term. And that would be reflecting some of the work that has actually been taking place, and this involves the industry, ourselves, and provincial government taking a leadership role in those particular interventions. Just safe to summarize, to say that there's significant progress that is actually being made, but it can never be fast enough given the backlog and where we're actually coming from. And I just want to talk about additionality. So effectively, we're talking about moving from 2.9 TEUs to 11.3 with a capacity of going to 16.1 once you go to DDOP. You also talk about increasing the car terminal from 550 to about 880. You also talk about creation of new assets. Insofar as relocation of the Navy, we would actually create a new place for the Navy, which is a strategic asset, which not just ensures security of the ports, but also ensures security of the country. And part of the proposition is also to create a satellite naval base in Richards Bay, which will be a creation of a new strategic asset as part of increasing the capacity of the country to actually compete, which would be timely given the what I would call the security threats that are arising on the northern side of the hemisphere. And there would be other what I would call non-infrastructure related benefits, and I would actually go to those particular ones. And of course, this would be a layout plan for the Richards Bay, and I'm not going to spend too much time on it. Safe for you just to remember that we would be relocating the petrochemical side to it, and would also relocate the dry bulk side to it, and we would consolidate on the types of industries that we think would best be suited if they are located in Richards Bay. We ought to remember that coal is actually declining in terms of the demand. And if nothing is done insofar as what is happening in Richards Bay, you are likely to actually get Richards Bay declining significantly as a port. And part of what this would be doing would be to actually strategically substitute in anticipation of the decline on those fossil fuels, and bringing in new types of economies that we know would actually be continuing going forward. And this would be the Richards Bay, and I'm just going to move a little bit quickly. And allow me, MEC, to just speak on those. What is different about this particular development is how the development is actually going to be delivered. It's not just about creation of fixed asset. It's about using a fixed asset creation process to impact significantly on your landscape from a social point of view. So the opportunities from an SMME point of view is going to be very big. And for this to actually happen, or for you to understand what the implications are if you don't do it properly, just think of a project called Kusile, or think of a project called Lipalale. Budget towards the end of that particular project, 2 to 3 times the budget. and think of the industrial actions that had actually taken place, think of the assets that were meant to be created that would have been given to the municipality that are already in disrepair 6-7 years after they were actually created. And also the importation of material, importation of labor, dislocation of local economic opportunities to enterprises that are actually coming from outside. That's the worst case scenario. And I think we're fortunate because we've got that as our reality and our history. The question is, what is it that we can do so that we can dimension this project dramatically different? And for this to work, it must be done way ahead of time. That also includes profiling of the type of skills that are actually going to be required and ensuring that in the process you engage with existing partners, including FETs and universities and training providers, and determine histograms of which skill is going to be required by when and what are the lead times that in fact you need to actually prepare those skills. And we're not talking about 2,000 or 3,000 or 5,000. We're talking about significant quantums that are ordinarily outside of what any ecosystem would be able to provide at the rate at which it would in fact be required. And this would in fact be talking to those particular environments. And part of what you actually do is to ensure that starting right from your design, that you design, firstly, you don't design, you don't cost to design, meaning that you design whatever you like and then you cost it because your project is going to be expensive, but you actually design to cost, you set the cost, and then you force your designers to actually move backwards. And secondly, you don't just go in, the way you package your documents are such that you force whatever strategic objectives that you might actually be wanting to achieve. Just to give you an example, you prescribe that 80% of the labor that will be used in any particular site within that particular precinct must demonstrably be a local labor. And you determine those particular processes right up front so that when the contractors are bidding, they actually know what they are actually getting themselves into. And for this to actually happen incidentally, or if not coincidentally, MEC, which I thought was quite apt, you require social compacts in the form of what we call project labor agreements, which basically define roles and responsibility of the respective players well in advance, so that you don't, if you like, artificially stimulate creation of structures that are intending to actually participate in that particular environment. And all of this is done, and it needs to be led with a very strong political leadership, because it becomes a socially dynamic, if you like, organism that can manifest itself in ways that you would never be able to imagine. And in these types of projects, you know of a project that was called Hillside or Bayside, or the one in Mozambique. So the models that we're talking about are tried and tested models, and that are ideally suited for the type of issues that the Honorable Premier was referring to earlier on, the blocking of sites and the extortion and if you like, lack of willingness to actually do the work, but over-enthusiasm in extracting profit out of those particular environments. And just from an employment point of view, we would be talking in the quantums, if you talk about direct and indirect jobs, that in that particular period, we're looking, give or take, at around 170 to 190,000 jobs. Obviously, with intentionality in how you actually structure this, the better it can be. It can actually be worse. Just to give an example, because you are actually going to be dredging, you can decide to dredge in the wet, in which case you will find that most of the equipment will be imported equipment, which will be coming from the European countries. Or you can decide, well, you are going to create a BAM and you dredge in the dry, and South Africans are world leaders in dredging in the dry because we've got some of the deepest mines. So there has to be a strategic intent, clearly defined agreements and objectives that have been negotiated with all your social partners, so that we understand what are the targets that we're actually pursuing, and what are the give and takes that everybody is going to understand that we must actually pursue. And lastly, MEC, just to to indicate. I've got 1 minute left. We've developed a particular, what I would call a matrix structure to actually deliver this particular portfolio. We will be looking for professionals really at a world-class level from an infrastructure creation point of view. And the dialectic, and the Honorable Premier was talking about the dialectic here, Honorable MEC, being that if you've got 1 or 2 trees, you are unlikely to meet a lion, and you don't expect a lion. But if you have got 1 million trees together, you ought not to be surprised if you actually get a lion. And it's dialectic between small and big, what could happen in those particular dimensions. It's the same in projects. That once a project becomes very big and it reaches a point of actually a portfolio, you actually need to approach it fundamentally differently. So we have actually started working on the detailed operational plan, which would need to be capacitated by professionals at really high level, up to 300, 400 people that would actually be talking about, excluding the people who would actually be providing what we call transversal functions that would actually be cutting across through all the work packages. And I'll just run through them just for illustration. And this would be program director number 1, and they could be looking at the office relocation of the port of Durban, because it's going to be blown up, and we must actually sort out that particular relocation, and as well as the island view, which is also going to be relocated. And Bidvest Dry Bulk is the one that's actually going to Richards Bay, and relocation of the Navy base, as well as the South African Air Force. At the moment, the South African Air Force in Durban is located in the old Durban airport, cannot land fixed wings, only can land helicopters, the Augustus that were purchased in the early 2000s, and really in a very dilapidated state, to the extent that when you see it, you would actually be ashamed, given the fact that those are people who actually keep us safe in the middle of the night. So part of this is actually to impact much more than just creating of a port infrastructure. And I will not bore you with all of these particular work packages. It's just to give you a sense of the type of work that is actually going to be done. And this particular work breakdown structure is what we would call the transversal functions. The idea is that you must discipline your price. It's a big thing. You must discipline your product. You don't want boilers that have been built over 7 years that are brand new but can't generate power because the specification was not correct, because your technical processes leading up to specification of that product was in fact not well thought out. And these particular, and of course your contract documentation, if you are going to have SMMEs, as it has been tested in other projects, not everybody wants to read a contract document on how to do a sewer in English. Other people might prepare to actually read that document in an indigenous language in that particular environment. And they might prefer to actually have classes on how to tender in an indigenous language. So in a sense, you need to make absolutely sure that your contract documents remove any barriers to entry that ordinarily would preclude other sectors of society in participating in those types of contracts. And the last one would be what we would call these type of enablers from an ICT point of view. Because you are going to be monitoring work that will be taking place, there will be an odd 25, 30,000 people. And you want to know who is in which site at what time, so that in the event that something happens in that particular site, you don't suffer from wild strikes because you are unable to actually account for what's happening. You need a very dynamic information management system that gives you that, that particular sense. Let me just stop there, Honorable MEC, and we can take questions later on because I'm rushing through these slides. Thank you.
If you can just touch the funding question again, please. How you intend to fund it and why in that way?
Thank you. My sincere apologies because I've been rushing for time. We estimating the original estimates for this particular initiative was give or take 10.3 million TEUs as I indicated, and the projection as at 2016 was just about, give or take, about 118 billion rands. We think that with smart planning and scheduling it in such a way that you use some of the stuff that you extract in one area and you use it for other area, you're going to dredge, or what you would call if you were doing a road, you're going to be doing a cut. You can cut and dispose, and you can cut and use that land or ground that you have cut, you use it to actually fill, so that you don't have to go and borrow elsewhere and it costs you a lot of money. But you need to do that from a scheduling point of view so that you can actually control your cost. So we think that we can keep the price just south of 100 billion rands. Right. Now, please don't forget the time value of money, because we are going to be doing this from a time frame point of view. The original time frame was up to 2048. We think that we can squeeze it to 2032. You recall that the Honorable Premier asked how many people are young people in this room. So some of us will be out of action by then, but we think that you can do it within a period of about between 8 years and 10 years. And you must remember that the other port is already sitting at 9 million TEUs. You're still sitting at 2.7. So if you prolong it up to 2048, by the time you reach 2048 and you're reaching 10.3 million tons, I can almost predict that that particular port will probably be sitting at 25 million TEUs. So the best way of being left behind is standing stationary in a race when people are actually running 100 meters. So from a time point of view, we're reducing the time from 2048 to around 2032, and that still gives us, as I indicated, the possibility of going to the dig-out port and adding that additional 4.8, which is what would take you to 16.1 million TEUs. So, thank you, Mr.
I want you to deal with the question of how it's going to be funded. Whether it's be from the fiscus, your balance.
Well, there's different funding methodologies. My apologies. There's different funding methodologies that's going to be used for point terminal, which is one that is actually going out in a work package which will be in October of this particular year. We're actually looking for an international partner that would actually bring in the capital and bring in the construction capability, as well as bring in the operating experience. And that will be done in partnership with a terminal operator that has got a license to actually operate that particular terminal. So we are actually going to be used what you would ordinarily know as a BOOT, build, operate, and transfer at the end of that particular concession period. So different work packages would actually be funded differently. The South African, the PA1 as well, which is the biggest of these particular precincts, that would also be going out on some private sector funding. The idea is that we reduce to the extent that even our balance sheet is constrained, in the same way that the country balance sheet is constrained, we would actually be leveraging private funding to actually bring in that required capital. The advantage of that particular methodology is that you are not dreaming about a cargo. Part of the requirement would be that those partners who would come in, part of their demonstrable value addition would be that they must bring their own cargo, so that there's a demonstrable additionality. You resolve the question which other people are trying to resolve, which is what is the demand. They will bring their own demand to the extent that these are global companies who are looking for transshipment hubs where they can actually consolidate and transport to other destinations. Thank you, Emerson.
Thank you very much, Pepe and Andrew. I think we were actually, it was very unfair to them. The nature of the presentation required much more time, but I think the purpose was to give you a sense of this issue, this project, which I think is the single biggest project envisaged at this point in time. I think the next one is SANRAL's 30 billion roads project. So thank you very much, but please be seated since there are likely to be questions for you, and you can then be in a good space to be able to answer. So we're now in that session which was described as the discussion session, and again, I want to manage time, but I'm not going to suppress you, but it's a question is a question, should not be a long introduction and your own submission before the question. So if we can try to respect that. So the floor is open, and let me say to all those who are in the virtual space, I was told by the technical team that those who might be in the were joined virtually would be able to ask, raise their hand or ask a question on the chat line, and that would appear on the screen, and I'll be able to track it in that way. I'm hoping that it's so late that many people will not have many questions, but let me not be, and there will be a final discussion, a session tomorrow. But let me note hand number 1 from Shlalo Kosatu. Yes, Mr. Naidu will be number 2. Number 3, Chris. Let's take that as 3. Are there any questions on the virtually? No hands? No. Okay, let's take it. Are we using a hand mic, or are they using that mic? Using the one on the table. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, MEC. Greetings to you and your team and all participants in the summit. Yeah, I think it was a quite detailed. It was actually a detailed presentation, of course, with a jargon that one will not always grapple with. But there and there were able to capture some of the elements. In a nutshell, it actually is a potential for huge investment, and will assume that it will also create more jobs and also incorporate local business content than it being a platform for international market forces to exploit, as our history will dictate. I have 2 interrelated questions. Thanks, MEC, for emphasizing the question on the sources of funding. Because the first question says that what will be the dictates of the ownership patterns of the facility itself, or of the infrastructure and all the elements of the project? Is it going to be publicly owned in the context of the public entities, or is it going to be a public-public partnership in the context of government and the public entity controlling ownership and control? Because that's where everything matters to some of the sectors. The key question is ownership and control. What are the ownership patterns? And that question is related with the source of funding. The society we live under, there wouldn't be any funding that does not have conditionalities. To say that there will be international private funders of the project suggests that the ownership patterns might be tilted, might be actually be tilted to favor or to actually tally with the sources and the methodologies of funding. So, which is going to be a problem in the long run, because you will have a huge project which will again, as you will say about the mining sector, as you will say about other elements of our economy, other sources of economic development that seeks to be orientated in a manner that benefits external forces that need would integrate local businesses, that it would actually create decent employment and all of those things. The last one, I forgot to mention it. What What was the method that was used to say that other sectors or other businesses are going to be migrated to Richards Bay? Why not South Coast? Why not other areas? Because already Richards Bay is one of the big economic hubs in the province. Why don't we spread it to other areas of the province so that we actually accommodate quite a bigger space in terms of diameter in the province? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naidu.
Thank you, MEC. Can I just clarify, MEC, our questions to be just directed to this presentation or everything that happened this morning?
Okay, it's actually open for everything, but okay, let's do this one, then I'll open another round very quickly for general questions.
Thank you, MEC. MEC, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to comment that the presentation we had and the situation TNPA finds itself in is actually very illustrative of how infrastructure is dealt with in this country as a whole. We tend to be playing catch-up, and I think TNPA finds itself in that position where the delay in actually anticipating and rolling out infrastructure has actually let our competitors, particularly in Africa, leapfrog us in terms of the figures that were shown. So I think it's a lesson for us all in terms of how we approach infrastructure in this country. We need to be a lot more proactive. Having said that, I must compliment them on the comment you made about Richards Bay, because they've already started taking to heart what I've just said in terms of anticipating the fall-off in coal exports and really using the Richards Bay terminal for other things. So I think they must be applauded for that. My concern, MEC, is particularly around the one graphic he showed around how they anticipate the project rolling out, particularly in terms of trying to stimulate development of small business and local economic development. And I was going to say that the graphics look great, but I've got a gentleman sitting next to me here who was part of Transnet's supply development program in 2018, which was meant to be a 3-year program, which just disappeared in 2019. So I'd like to ask the CEO, what are they going to do about ensuring that the initiatives they have in place to develop small suppliers is going to actually happen this time and not just fall flat? And I'm particularly concerned now in terms of his last comment about how the funding was going to happen in terms of perhaps a BOTT situation with an external funder. How are they going to ensure that if they enter into a BOTT with an external funder, that they're going to be able to deliver on those objectives in terms of developing small business? Thank you, MEC.
Okay, I think, thank you, but I just can't resist this. I think the key issue was, what are the pre-qualifying conditions you put into your tender when it goes out so that anybody who wins it is obliged to comply? That's how I understood it. But he'll explain. Chris?
Thank you, MEC, and also thank you to Transnet team. That's a very good presentation. It's a straightforward question, MEC. Is Transnet not intending to partially privatize the Durban port? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. It's a very crisp. Chris is giving us a crisp question. It helps us. Who's starting? That's the list. Yeah, most of them for you, Pepe, I think. I don't think this, yeah. I'm going to go first, okay?
Thank you very much, MEC. Look, these are all very pertinent questions, and it comes down very much to how we design the delivery of the strategy around the implementation of the port and the master plan and the rollout of that master plan. What Pepe did indicate to you is that we do have an aspiration to bring essentially the private sector to the party in 3 fundamental ways, and I think it is important to put them on the table so that we understand them. The first is in respect of investment. Transnet's balance sheet has really reached the point where it is in no way possible from our own balance sheet to invest in a project of this size. The needs are too great and our balance sheet is already too stretched. So like the national fiscus, we have to rely on funds from elsewhere. The second point is that in order for us to accommodate the kind of shift in global maritime patterns that we've portrayed here, other countries have used the global maritime economy as the footprint or as the leverage point to make such changes. So for those of you who have any knowledge of the container trade space, there's a lot of very large global players, Maersk, MSC, Zimlines, and a few others that dominate this space. The key element of trade, of creating these conditions of change of price and tariff and trade to accommodate larger vessels that also reduce the tariff, is to create space for them to have some play in bringing volume into these hub ports. So if you look at what happened in Singapore, in Kuala Lumpur, in some of the big European ports, you will see that this was done in partnership to a large extent with some of those big liner trades. It is an inevitable requirement of trying to position the Port of Durban in this particular way. How we structure those and the way in which we create the qualifications for the involvement of these parties is really quite important. And if I can say, and Pepe and I are both new to Transnet, is that maybe the ball was dropped to some extent around local participation and SMME involvement in Transnet, because we have heard a similar story from others to what the gentleman had indicated previously. So we are well aware of that. And we are also well aware that in the last few years, Transnet's targets for local content were quite far from being met, and that includes local content as well as supply development and SMME involvement. So we have to be able to meet those same targets that are provided by our shareholder, Department of Public Enterprises. So it is going to require some reinvigoration of the involvement of small business, SMMEs, youth-owned business, etc. So that's something that we have to put onto the table. One has to understand the structure, and maybe I'll allow Pepe to deal with this in some detail, of how the port system is managed. The Transnet National Ports Authority is managed through the National Ports Act. So it has a responsibility for the infrastructure base for the Port of Durban as well as other ports. It's what is called the landlord. So they effectively own the infrastructure base of the port, and each of the terminals can be operated by a public or a private sector player. So one has to create that delineation in the port. The infrastructure space that TNPA provides in terms of hard infrastructure generally has very long payback periods. And so the partnerships that one creates around that infrastructure space are quite different from what one creates around the terminal space. What TNPA will have to do is identify how it can partner in such a way that it can fulfill the investment criteria for developing the landlord side of the port infrastructure. Some of those partnerships would be with finances directly, so they won't necessarily involve operators in terms of developing some of the hard infrastructure. Things like the quay walls, the dredging of the entrance channels, etc. Those are common user facilities. Other parts, which is the terminals, etc., where we wish to involve the private sector selectively. The point was made around Point, for example, where there is effectively no proper container terminal in that space. We would bring the private sector in to assist us to develop that space. Is not sort of privatization by stealth, because Transnet would continue through TPT to operate the two key terminals within the Port of Durban. Where there is a proposition to bring a partner to assist TPT is very much to bring the investment that TPT requires for the equipment in that terminal, but also to bring us up to performance best, to global benchmarks around performance in that port. The only way in which a hub port can be successful is for us to be benchmarked against the best hub ports in the world. That is really the requirement for attracting the kind of shipping trade that we wish to attract for the Port of Durban. So I hope I've covered at a strategic level some of the ground around the funding, the partnerships, the role of TNPA, the role of the port terminal operators, including both TPT as well as potentially some additional newer ones in the Port of Durban and potentially also in the Port of Richards Bay. But if I could, Pepe, ask you to perhaps deal with some of the more detailed aspects that I haven't covered. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Again, thanks for the questions. I just wanted to indicate at the moment, TNPA has got just about, give or take, about 670 leases with a variety of players. And these leases tend to be long-term leases. Some of those would be land only, and the lessors would have actually, if you like, done improvements on that land. But at the end, the conditions of those leases are that at the end of that particular period, that asset reverts back to TNPA as the, if you like, the public entity established by law to be the landlord and the owner of those maritime assets. So in a sense, the fact that during that contracting period, the person who's renting can do improvements does not alienate ownership in favor of the person who's actually renting. You actually retain in the long term. That asset then reverts back to you. I would almost like use it akin to somebody who's letting, you let out your house and somebody decides, well, they want to do improvements. You tell them, I don't have the money. They say, no, it's fine. I will just offset it against the rentals over that period. But at the end of that lease period, you can kick them out and you retain the assets with the improvements on that particular asset. So it becomes an explicit agreement that you actually enter into. There was a question around relocation to Richards Bay. Well, the idea is that we relocate these types of things to a port, and in as much as we would love, and we've looked at other possibilities of doing ports outside of the Durban port precinct, but within the coastal area going towards the south. But it's just too expensive. We just don't have the financial strength to actually do that. So the idea is to exploit what you already have. And Richards Bay is already there. And there's a risk that that particular asset could be completely underutilized given the decline, as I indicated, on the coal export. So you first sweat your existing assets before you can create new assets. And perhaps if you do very well in sweating an existing asset, you can use the income you generate to actually then create new assets. So that's the principal driver. And to the extent from a relocation of the Navy, they have specifically expressed an interest because they need to be very close towards the Mozambican border to the extent that there are threats that are arising in that particular area. It also then makes our ports very competitive because if you have got, if you like, a capability to ward off any, if you like, a hostile activity, the port then becomes a safer place to be, if you like. Then there's the question around stimulation of small businesses. What is it that we're actually going to do to develop the SMMEs? Firstly, the points and the concerns being made are actually taken in good spirit because indeed the evidence in the country is that there's often a lot of promise, but then nothing actually happens when it comes to delivery. More often than not, part of the problem is that by the time that preparedness is being mobilized is too late. The documents are out, the contractors are on site, and there's nothing that construction companies love more than prescriptions after they've given you the bid because they can charge you any price. So the idea is to start well in advance of time, and this is what we're trying to get ourselves into, so that by the time they respond to a framework which is aligned with the strategic intent that we're actually talking about. And we do have demonstrable evidence elsewhere of how this thing has actually been done within the country, if you'd allow me to actually keep it generic. So we're not going to do something that we're completely uninitiated in, and exactly knowing what is the problem. Just to give you an idea, insofar as one of the common barriers to entry, which is finance, if you are a client and you go out and you hire design engineers, they prepare tender documents, and then those are ultimately awarded. When you do a process of award, you undertake the same due diligence that a banker who's going to give a loan to that winning company would do. Exactly the same. So there's no reason, rational reason, why if you are a client and you have got strategic partners with financiers, why the financiers cannot place reliance on the due diligence that you have actually done, leading you to a point of award. Because no client will knowingly award a contractor who's actually going to fail because the price is unreasonable, because the price is too low. Incidentally, the bank will actually do the same thing. So we've tested models elsewhere, and we've found over a period of 6-7 years, not a cent has ever been lost. Now, because you are the client, and you have facilitated that particular partnership, there is no risk of the lender, if you have a good relationship with that lender, the lender losing money, because you would then actually close that particular cycle. And part of the problem with contractors, or SMMEs in particular, from the time that there's an award of contract to the time that they must actually perform on site, they must actually prepare performance bonds. They must actually raise a loan within 14 days because the designers want to confirm that particular appointment, but the bank will take 3 months to actually do a due diligence and require the loans that we're talking about. So there are techniques that are in place that are established to actually deal with that. Let me just deal with the last question. I see the MEC. Yeah, let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Yeah, sorry about that, Pepe, but I think this is the summit. This is just one item. There'll be other platforms, Lalo, I think, which I'm sure this issue will continue to be engaged upon, but we wanted to use the occasion to give a sense of it, and I think we've achieved that. Pepe and Andrew, thank you very much. If you want to continue on sitting there, that's fine, but if you want to go down to the seat, that's fine. Okay, I'll now, thank you. Okay, I just want to give an opportunity for anyone who wants to raise a question on anything else that was said in the day's program, but which cannot wait till tomorrow's discussion time. There's an hour slot tomorrow for discussion as well. So, but if you think it can't wait till then, I'll allow you either for those who are here physically or those who are still on virtually. Technical team will help me understand if there's anyone. I don't see any hand or any indication. Then we'll then close this session, and if the program for the day is not over, and we must say that we are now looking at the most advanced, the most dedicated, the most disciplined of all the attendees to remain true to the program and attend the work streams which will then process. I think there's 4 sectors, four streams, am I correct? Yes. 4 streams, yes, on different aspects, which was submitted to you as attendees. Many of you have already indicated which ones you would go to. So, but I'll ask somebody from the technical team to come and give an explanation as to where the physical rooms are, and this to refresh the virtual people as to how they will change streams or go to the stream that they are interested in. Who's doing so?
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Greetings, everyone. So the way we'll proceed is quite simple. So the session today for the work streams will be a hybrid session. That means that the attendees in the virtual rooms will also be part of the work streams, so will the attendees in this particular plenary room right now. As we break away, the plenary will then convert to the work stream 1, which is room 5. Then room 6A will be work stream 2. Room 6B will be work stream 3, and room 22 on top will be work stream 4. Digitally, the system will then distribute everyone evenly amongst all work streams, and once you're in there, means you will not be able to leave. You will not have the ability, to all the digital attendees, you will not have the ability to leave the work stream. If you try to leave the work stream, what will happen is you'll end up leaving the meeting altogether and you'll have to rejoin. So it's advised that once you're in the work stream, you stick to the work stream and continue participating. The ones who are in the physical spaces, you would still be able to engage with the other comrades who will be on the screen too. They'll be able to hear you, and you will be able to hear them if they want to speak. So everybody here, when it's time to break away to the work streams, it'll be a two-way conversation. For those who are joining us virtually, on your screen, there'll be a pop-up menu that alerts you that you have been you've been assigned to a work stream or breakaway room, and all you need to click on is join, and that's it. And then once you're in there, then you continue engaging. You'd be able to have a camera view, like how we've had throughout the whole day, a camera view of that particular work stream. It's really that simple. So all the virtual attendees will just wait for the pop-up. It'll tell you that you've been assigned to a breakout room. You just click on join, and then you automatically go in and you'll find yourself with others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So just if I recalled it correctly, the workstream 1 will be here, remain here for those of us who are physical. Workstream 2 is in 6A. When you go out, you go towards the left. Workstream 3 on 6B in the same direction. And then workstream 4, number 22, one floor up. And for those who are still on virtually, there'll be a pop-up screen which will give you your options. Or it's like not options, it'll tell you where you've been assigned. And then you just click. So thank you. Then this session for today is adjourned. In fact, plenary is adjourned for today. In terms of a time allocation, just to be fair to everyone, it's almost 4. We can give you an hour, hour and a half max, Dennis, for that breakaway stream. And then the teams are being allocated, and their task will be to consolidate the report for the report back to plenary tomorrow. Figiswa, if you can just tell us again what time we come in tomorrow.
At 8 o'clock,
Sorry? 8 o'clock. No, it can't be.
8 o'clock for 8:30.
Yeah, 8 for 8:30. So 8 for 8:30 in plenary. Okay. Thank you very much. Then this session is adjourned, and we hand you over to those who are handling the work streams. Thank you.
The first stream, Sibande.
Just wondering, did the embassy